pose a risk if there's high winds or severe storms?
Trees that usually have mushrooms growing around the bases of them, those are prone to failure. In a lot of cases, it's good to have someone that is a professional come by and inspect them. Limbs that are very tight forked have a tendency to break a little bit more. Things of that nature. It's always best to have a real professional come by and check your trees, especially this time of the year when you can see all the way to the top of the tree, as compared to during the summertime when you can see a canopy. So, if you will, you can't see the tree for all the leaves.
Oh yeah, I know that's a problem, and certainly there's an issue there. A lot of people have a bunch of trees either on the side or the front lawn or in the back. Is there maybe a guide, two, three bullet points that you would tell a homeowner? Hey, if you look for these kind of things, I know you mentioned mushrooms and that sort of thing. What would you tell them if you had like bullet points?
Broken limbs, limbs that are discolored, have fungal growth on the limbs themselves. If you start seeing more and more limbs breaking off during just the light winds, picking up tree trash in your yard, um, being smaller limbs and that type of thing, that are continuously breaking off, uh, usually a sign that something else is going on in the upper canopy. Like I said, fungal growth around the base of the tree, hollows, cavities, any kind of vertical or horizontal fractures in the trunks, or when you start seeing limbs that have been hanging there since last year's storms, which we had quite a number of those storms last year. Uh, and there's still a lot of dangerous limbs up in the trees, that would cause, you know, hazards to people that are walking by, power lines, houses, driveways, that type of thing.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. There were some severe storms for sure. This time of year, what kind of calls do you get from your company?
This time of the year, a lot of it is replacement trees, trying to figure out what's going on as far as replacing some of the trees that died last year, having those removed, having the trees trimmed up so they don't have the storm damage in them this year when we start hitting the spring storms that are usually coming up real soon. It's always in that situation best to have us come by and take a look at them. Also, fertilization for the trees, to build the stronger root system so you don't have the problems with the insects and diseases as the summer progresses.
Yeah, no question about it. I know you mentioned this a little bit, but sometimes it's hard for homeowners out there, Mike, to determine, especially this time of year when we're still, it's still kind of cold out and the leaves haven't sprung yet, to determine whether your tree is just in effect hibernating or actually dead. Is there a quick way to really kind of tell right off the bat?
The buds on the limbs, this time of the year, usually trees start setting leaf buds and flower buds a lot of times in the fall. So you can see the buds out on the very tips of the limbs. If they're not present, usually the limb is dead. Discolorations, fungal growth on the limbs, and those are some really quick things that pretty much anybody can see.
Got it. I know that you are a certified arborist, and I understand that Tennessee Arbor Day is coming up.
Yes, Tennessee Arbor Day is coming up on March the 1st. Um, it's also a good time to start planting trees by then. Tennessee trees, uh, usually it's a good day to be planting trees. Everybody wants to talk about that at that time. That comes up on March the 16th. Uh, so it's a really good time to get out there and plant a tree with your grandchildren, your children, and you can kind of watch it grow as a family.
Are there certain kinds of trees that you recommend people plant in our area of West Tennessee, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas?
Yes, around here, because of the soil types and the weather types that we have, oak trees are always a really good choice. Maple trees grow really well around here. They can tolerate the heat, and not Japanese maple so much, but regular maple trees, sugar maples, silver maples, things like that. They can tolerate the heat pretty well. Most of the oaks do tolerate the heat. Um, Magnolia trees, if you want something that's going to be more of an evergreen type tree, uh, those types of trees grow really well in this area. And then, of course, our state tree, which is a tulip poplar, they grow really well around here. So,
Excellent, excellent. All right, Mike. Well, listen, I appreciate the knowledge, information, very valuable for us. Anything else you want to mention? We have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning.
well, we would appreciate your call if you do need any tree inspections. Be more than happy to come by and take a look at those trees. If you're questioning whether limbs are dead, that type of thing, we'll be more than happy to point those out to you, and or tell you that the tree's doing fine. Usually inspections from most legitimate companies are no charge, and you can get good estimates from good qualified people when you start looking for certified arborists. That is one of the base things to start looking for. And then also licensing, bonding, workers' comp for the people that are working on your property, not just the owner. Those type of things protect the homeowner themselves also.
All right, Mike Mabe from Davey Tree of Memphis. We appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Thanks so much.
Thank
There are so many studies these days that link your dental health to the overall body health. So, in other words, there is more and more studies that say if you are not healthy in here, you're not going to be healthy in mentally or physically. And so, it is so important to teach proper dental care from the very beginning for some of our youngest all the way up to our seniors out there. Let's talk about children's dental health right now. I'm joined by Mead Moore, pediatric dentist, on the Action News 5 digital desk. I appreciate you joining us. So tell me how much of an issue this is here in Memphis and the Mid-South. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for inviting me here. It's not just a problem here in Memphis, which it is, but it's also a problem nationwide. According to the Centers for Disease Control, 56% of kids between the age of 6 and 8 have untreated dental caries. And that's a huge number. And it can be reduced by parents taking care of their kids a little bit better and getting professional consultations early. I like to see kids as early as 1 year old to check their enamel, ask parents about how they clean their teeth. It's a big problem, and there's nothing worse than a child having a toothache. It's really devastating. They can't eat, they can't sleep. Sometimes they can't even go to school. It's a real problem here in Memphis too.
Yeah, I understand that your offices are in Germantown. Tell me about your clientele when it comes to, because you're a pediatric dentist, what do you see the most in terms of problems that some of the children's teeth have?
The, the biggest problem is that parents are not diligent enough to keep the teeth clean during the day. For example, I'm recommending to parents clean the teeth at least twice a day, especially, most importantly, before they go to bed. A lot of kids get tired, they get whiny, they're not cooperative, they want to go to bed, they're tired. Well, I recommend to parents go ahead and clean their teeth with a toothbrush, or there's a product called Spiffy's, which is a wet wipe for parents to wrap around their finger and then wipe it over the gums and get the gums clean, get the teeth clean before they go to bed. Or start brushing teeth earlier. You have to brush your teeth before they go to bed because the plaque builds up quickly. Plaque has bacteria. Bacteria secretes acids, and acids hurts the gum tissue and forms cavities.
You know, I think there are a lot of misconceptions out there, doctor, and I'm sure you see it in your practice almost on a, I'm sure, a daily, if not a weekly basis, where people's misconceptions about dental care for children. Oh, they have baby teeth, they're going to be fine, or, hey, you don't need to worry about this until their permanent teeth come out. But it's about habits, right? I mean, explain some of the
Yes.
misconceptions out there.
Yeah, this is a real big misconception. I can't tell you how many times we hear the sentence, well, they're just baby teeth. Why do I need to fix them? Why do I need to spend the money to fix them? If you've ever seen a child that has extensive decay and even infections, abscesses, their faces are swollen, they're hurting, they can't eat, they can't sleep. It's a real tragedy. And like I say, there's so many kids out there that have untreated caries that it's really surprising in this day and time that this is happening. So you have to be diligent about teaching your kids how to brush early and clean their teeth all the time. You know, I don't have any Coca-Colas or colas at our house. We just don't drink that because it's really bad for your teeth. But people really have another misconception about how bad potato chips are, Fritos, and all the chips that you see in the grocery stores. That's just full of carbohydrates. And you put that in the mouth, you chew it, it becomes a paste. If you don't clean the paste off, if you don't clean the potato chips off the teeth, that can cause cavities as well. It's very strange to see how quickly a cavity can form if you don't clean the teeth and get the carbohydrates and the sugars off. So when I talk to parents, I say, okay, here's what you need to do. If they won't brush, use a wet wipe, a type of wet wipe called a Spiffy's. I don't get any kickback from that. I just know it works for kids. They wipe it off, wipe the plaque off the gums, off the teeth, and that way they can go to bed without any problems developing cavities while they sleep.
So let me ask you this: what about a bullet points for parents out there of young children? What do you tell them in terms of providing the best oral care for your child when you're not going to see a dentist?
Um, all right, first of all, I'm going to back up 1 second and say it's very important for you to take your child to a pediatric dentist at the age of 1 or earlier if you see a problem. Genetics plays a big role in this also. I was just talking to a parent 20 minutes ago. He had terrible teeth when he was a child, and now the child luckily does not have any cavities, but I told him she's prone to it. Be sure and clean their teeth very well. Let the dentist check their teeth every 6 months. In my office, I'll see the children under age 3 for an exam and check their progress and make sure they're cleaning right. At age 3, we start the cleaning process, and by the time they're 3, they're used to the office. They feel like it's a safe environment. The parents come back with the child, and we go very slow. I want to make sure it's not like they're going to the pediatrician's office. They're not going to get a shot at the dental office, okay, in the arm, in the leg, or anything. So I want this to be a safe place, a place they feel comfortable, but they have to clean their teeth at home. Parents have to watch out what kind of foods that they're feeding them. like the carbohydrates, the sugars. When I first got out of dental school, putting the child to bed with a bottle full of either orange juice, Coca-Cola, or some other sugary drink was really rampant, especially here in Memphis. That's gotten a lot better, and that's due to public education. So it's watching what they eat, keep their teeth clean, and flossing. Now, flossing is a really interesting concept. People use a little floss around their fingers, but there's now called floss sticks. You get them at the drugstore, you get them at the grocery store, and they're much easier to maneuver around the child's teeth. So flossing also is very important to start around age 3 is what I recommend.
Yeah, I have those, and my wife and I use them all the time. My kids are in college, and so we've done our best to ensure oral health and take him to a pediatric dentist every 6 months. I guess it sounds like children's dental care and adult dental care are virtually the same. It seems like brush twice a day, see a dentist every 6 months or so, and just get regular checkups. Am I wrong with that?
No, that's perfectly right. That's exactly right. No, when you and I grew up, I was never told to floss. I mean, I don't think I flossed till I was in my late teens. I didn't think that was necessary. I thought it was only to get chicken or corn from between your teeth. It was never told to me that you're supposed to be flossing to prevent decay. And that's the big change in the past 30 years, 20 years. And people are now flossing a lot more. I drill this into all my patients. And the first question I ask the older patients, because they've been with me maybe a long time, I say, okay, tell me about your flossing. How you doing? And they know I'm going to ask that question. And most of them are very sheepish and say, I flossed about 2 weeks after I saw you, but then I quit. Well, I always drill it into the head. Please floss. It's not for my benefit, it's for yours. So flossing it with those floss sticks is great.
One final thing before we let you go, Dr. Moore. There's a big push to eliminate fluoride in drinking waters across the country. Some municipalities have done it because higher content of fluoride is known to damage the body in a number of different ways. Where do you stand on that?
Oh, I think fluoride in the drinking water is extremely important. We see a huge difference in the number of cavities kids have if they're on well water, say in Tennessee or Mississippi, versus kids who are drinking fluoridated water in Memphis. There's a dramatic change here. I think the misconception is that you're getting too much fluoride. And then the biggest controversy is how much fluoride do you need in toothpaste? Do you want fluoride in toothpaste for a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old? My suggestion is a very small amount of toothpaste, no matter if it's fluoridated or not. But I recommend no fluoride until age 3 or 4 when they can spit. That's the key. If they're swallowing the toothpaste, I don't want them to have the fluoride. That can damage permanent teeth and make their stomach upset. So when they learn to spit, that's when you switch over to fluoridated toothpaste. But the fluoride in drinking water is extremely, I can't emphasize this enough, extremely important to prevent decay. And we're so lucky here in Memphis we have that.
All right, Dr. Mead Moore, we appreciate you and everything that you do at your pediatric dentist business there. Thank you so much for giving us an idea and really kind of shedding a light on how you should treat your children's oral health compared to an adult's oral health. Thanks so very much. we are always trying to find different life hacks and different healthy ways to eat better, feel great, and live longer. And one of the things we all need to know about is calories and our caloric intake and what it means and why are some calories a certain way and other calories are not. So we're bringing in a dietitian, clinical dietitian, Megan Talley, joining us back on the Action News 5 digital desk. Good to see you, Megan, once again. Let's talk broad perspective right now and just kind of define for our audience what a calorie is and why some calories mean more than others. Good morning.
Morning, nice to see you again. Basically, calories are energy. Actually, how they figure it out in a laboratory, they have to burn it in this special big box and calculate the energy it gives off. But for us, we just eat it, digest it, and use that energy in our bodies. So it's just pure fuel.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, now I know that some calories are different from others. So, for example, a double cheeseburger, and those calories are going to be a little bit different than, say, a plate of rice and vegetables. How do we distinguish which calories are the best for our body?
Well, honestly, energy is energy. So I completely agree with you. Some foods are very different. For instance, like 100 calories of salmon versus 100 calories of soda. Technically, the same amount of energy, you get the same amount of fuel. But with salmon, you're getting protein, you're getting good cholesterol to help your heart health. You're getting a lot of vitamins and minerals going on there versus soda, which is pretty much just sugar and that's it. You can get such a better bigger meal. I'm always for more food than less food if you are trying to watch your calories. So going for more things that are going to nourish your body, fuel your body, rather than just quick energy is always going to be the better choice.
Gotcha, gotcha. So it's not so much the calories, but the nutritional value of those calories that really kind of help us lead healthier lives. Um, what about how many calories we should have each and every day? I know that there's a lot of different opinions, and people need certain amount of calories to, I guess, exist. But then there's some people that want to restrict those calories to keep a certain weight. Where do you stand on all that stuff? What do we do?
Well, you're right. It's a real sticking point. It's complicated. In the hospital, for instance, I use several different mathematical calculations to figure out who needs what. It really depends on age, gender, physical activity, all kinds of different factors, health issues, which is why food labels are so great. In a way, they give you those percent daily values, and like 2,000 calories is supposed to be the average person's needs, but of course, no one's average. So the real way to get it is ask your doctor, ask a dietitian, and we can calculate it to be more personalized. If you want to go about 2,000 calories, that'd be fine if you're about 5'10" and active and male, but maybe go for a little bit less. But really, asking a medical professional is the best way to figure out what you need for you.
Appreciate that, Megan. So, we talked earlier about calorie myths out there, and not all calories are created equal. Tell me about some other myths that people may have about calories.
Oh gosh, I think the biggest one is that they're evil, they're bad, people get so obsessed with all the counting. And while eating less calories than your body needs is the great way to lose weight, which is what a lot of people want to do these days, myself included. Some people get so wrapped around the axle, they treat themselves badly because of, oh, I went over my calories today, I've been so bad, assigning morality to food. And, if you're just a little kinder to yourself, make a few small changes. It doesn't have to be everything, all these little math like spinning around your head, making you crazy. Cut out soda if you're trying to reduce calories. Do a little more exercise, drink a little more water. These little things can really add up and not add as much stress to your life, which is always better.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, stress, I think, in one way or another, directly, indirectly, that can add some calories to your diet as well. Um, So you just mentioned something. A lot of people are always trying to lose weight, keep a fit figure, I guess you could say. And how important in that whole process is counting calories?
Like I said, if you burn the amount of calories that you want to be losing, I think it's about 3,500 calories to lose a pound of fat that you kind of go for. Myself, I have heart problems and knee problems, so I'd love to lose a little bit so I can be feeling a little bit better. So calories is important, but activity is too. The quality of those calories, like we talked about, those are all really big. So, like I said, counting them important, but don't beat yourself up. Include other things that are helpful as well. That's the big one.
So Megan, I see some people online, some of these gurus that say, okay, we're doing a water challenge. We're going to have nothing but water for 3 days and join us. And I'm like, there's no way. I mean, I guess some people are they like that severity of diet to cleanse themselves. I don't know, but I mean, does that really work?
Well, you're starving yourself, so I guess yes. But honestly, it's not good for you. It's really not good for you. The biggest thing, if you want to be healthful, if you want to reach that healthy weight, if you want to feel better about yourself, it's just about lifestyle changes. A lot of people think these crazy crash diets, like the melon diet or the cabbage soup diet or this kind of water fast or drinking lemon juice and honey and cayenne pepper until you're just sick as a dog. I mean, yeah, you'll lose some weight, probably water weight, but you're just going to go back to the way you were eating before. You're going to go back to the way you were feeling before. So it's really about those small changes and holding on to those small changes and keep on going with that until your whole life is kind of transformed. You don't even realize until you're there.
I gotcha. I gotcha. So we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the digital desk. Is there anything else you want to mention with regards to calories, what we need to know, how to just live a healthy lifestyle?
The biggest one I think is just to be kind to yourself. So many people think that they've done a terrible thing if they've gained weight or they keep breaking that diet. And that stress, that pain, that depression that comes with it is a huge part of keeping that cycle going. I think if people are a little kinder to themselves, again, make those small changes, take a walk now and again, change out a soda for a drink of water, it can really add up without you really thinking about it, without obsessing about it. And you can already get halfway there before you even realize it. So just a little more kindness to yourself is a big step.
Megan Talley, dietitian, Regional One Health. Really appreciate this conversation. Thanks for spelling it out in an easy to understand way, and we really appreciate it each and every time you come on the digital desk. Thanks so much. Let's talk about traumatic brain injuries for a moment. There are so many different kinds, and at Regional One Health, they see people with traumatic brain injuries, all different facets of it, and they treat them right there at the hospital. Let's bring in someone who knows a little bit more about the treatment that happens there at Regional One Health. I'm joined right now by Asia Burks. She is the coordinator for traumatic brain injuries at Regional One. Asia, good morning to you. Let's talk a little bit about traumatic brain injuries and what types that are out there that Regional One treats. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on today. And the different type of traumatic brain injuries that we do treat, there's three different kinds. There's the first one, the concussion or mild TBI. There's moderate and there's severe. That first one is generally not life-threatening, and it has symptoms of brief loss of consciousness, vomiting, being lethargic, and memory loss. And the moderate is a loss of consciousness for up to 24 hours, where that severe is a loss of consciousness for more than 24 hours.
How many patients do you treat with traumatic brain injuries in a given year, Asia?
Yes, last year we treated about a little over 1,000 TBI patients.
What considers a traumatic brain injury? Is there like a definition out there?
Yes, so a traumatic brain injury or a TBI is a blow or jolt to the head that disrupts that normal function of the brain.
Okay, and what are some of the best practices to protect yourself and your loved ones from having one?
Yes, so in order to protect yourself from getting a TBI, we do suggest wearing a helmet when biking or doing any type of outdoor recreational activities. Follow safe driving protocols. Be sure to follow the speed limit as well as wearing your seatbelt and taking precautions to avoid falls around the home.
You know, I would think there'd be a lot of sports injuries out there with some of our youth that are very active in all kinds of different sports. Is that something that's pretty common?
Yes, so that's actually one of the two top leading reasons for brain injuries. It's a fall and also motor vehicle, and that also causes recreational activities like football, soccer, any type of jolt or impact to the head.
Okay, so traumatic brain injury awareness, what is that and what do you want people to know about it that they may not already know?
Yes. So, in regards to that, it's just making sure that you protect yourself. We know that life is definitely unpredictable and things go on. But with my position here as coordinator, my top things is to identify the needs and developing goals for individuals with TBI and developing and maintaining information on community resources. So if there's anything in regards to legal, financial, therapy, ongoing support sessions, we're here to support that.
Is there a place that people can go to online to learn more about not just traumatic brain injuries, but also the kind of help that patients can receive and perhaps if anyone has any questions?
Yes, we have a state website as well as Brain Links. And also, the hospital here does provide programs to the community, and those are the fall prevention that we provide, distracted driving and violence prevention, hospital violence and intervention program. And if you have any type of questions or any needs, you can contact trauma outreach at regional1health.org.
Okay, Asia Burks with Regional One, thank you so much for giving us the scoop, the 411 on brain injury and specifically traumatic brain injuries. Thank you very much. Taking a live look from our high five camera here in Midtown Memphis. As you could see, lots of clouds out there, 63 degrees, 8 o'clock. We'll be talking more about your forecast in just a little bit. But right now, I want to talk about how to help kids manage their stress. I mean, we live in some stressful times, certainly. And a lot of times that stress can be very toxic with the youngest generation that's out there. Let's bring in a pediatrician to help us kind of manage through the best practices to help our kids when it comes to stress. I'm joined now by Nadine Burke Harris. She is a pediatrician, and she's going to help us navigate the best methods out there to help our kids during stressful times. Dr. Harris, thank you for joining us on the digital desk. Where do we start when it comes to this conversation about how to help kids manage stress? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, it's important for us to understand that stress can really affect children's health. And when that stress is severe or pervasive, as with adverse childhood experiences, things like abuse or neglect, or growing up in a household where a parent is substance dependent or experiencing a mental health condition, that this stress can actually get under our skin, change our biology, and it can lead to something called the toxic stress response. That is when our stress response becomes overactive and it gets prolonged, and it can actually lead to things like increased risk of asthma or diabetes or depression, or in the long run, it can lead to things like heart disease or cancer in adulthood.
Yeah, I totally could see how that could develop in a very negative and adverse way. So where do we begin to give them upbeat and positive affirmations?
Yes, well, what we know and what the science shows is that safe, stable, and nurturing relationships and environments are actually healing for kids biologically. They can actually interrupt the stress response and help children's brains and bodies heal from the impacts of toxic stress.
I feel like we need like some bullet points to help people, when it comes to ways to manage stress in their kids' lives. What else can we talk about?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things, and I want to share why this is so important. In December, the CDC just came out with a report that shows that in Tennessee alone, adverse childhood experiences cost $354 billion a year in healthcare costs and lost productivity. And so when we are talking about implementing these solutions, there are things that we can do at home, things like regular exercise, mindfulness, nutrition, mental health if necessary, things like spending time in nature. But we also recognize that the solution has to be systemic. We have to do early detection and early intervention for young people so that they can get the interventions that help to regulate the stress response and prevent those health problems in the long run.
I love it. It's a great idea and certainly a great plan out there. There are a lot of old school folks out there that you probably run across, Dr. Harrison. They said, well, this will toughen them up in real life. How do we give our kids resiliency without toughen them up, with these negative toxic stress moments that they may have as a youngster?
I think that so many of us subscribe to this idea that, we got to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and it'll toughen our kids up. But it turns out that research from the CDC shows that when kids are exposed to these high levels of stress, like having parental mental illness or substance dependence or violence in the home, that it really increases their risk for long-term health problems, like I said, like heart disease and cancer. And so it is by providing those safe and stable relationships, it's by providing that early intervention to mental health that kids develop that resilience. That's where the resilience comes from, is from these nurturing interventions to help kids be able to feel safe.
What else, Dr. Harris? What else can we touch on?
Well, one of the things that we really have to understand is that 2/3 of Americans have experienced adverse childhood experiences. And so the more that our community and our population can learn about this issue, how we can prevent these things from being handed down from one generation to the next, right? Because that's what we see a lot of the times is that, you know, the challenges, the struggles that we experience in our own childhood, if we don't intervene, if we don't do things differently, the chances are that we could hand those things down to our kids, right? And then that can put them at risk. So learning more, numberstory.org is a wonderful resource for your viewers to learn more about adverse childhood experiences and what they can do. Or The Deepest Well is my book that helps folks understand how this can impact them and what we can do to prevent it.
All right, Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris, a pediatrician, helping us with our children's stress. We appreciate the advice. Thanks so very much. All right, there's another live look from our High Five camera there outside the University of Memphis, where it is 63 degrees at 8:06. We're talking about your forecast in 60 seconds.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A chance for scattered showers and storms expected across the Mid-South as we roll through this Super Tuesday. Of course, voting from 7:30 to 7:30 in Arkansas and 7 to 7 in Tennessee. Mississippi, your primary elections, March the 12th. Polls open 7 to 7 on next Tuesday. As far as today is concerned, though, if you are heading to the polls, heading to work, heading to school, scattered showers and storms, not an all-day situation. And even some sunshine breaks from time to time will mix in across the area. But we'll get an uptick in scattered showers and storms over the course of the next couple of hours. As we go through this afternoon, keeping that chance in play, it's not going to be all day long, nor in every single location. But where we do get some showers and storms, heavy downpours, frequent lightning, gusty winds. Can't rule out maybe even a few hailstones as well. The SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, actually does have parts of the area underneath a marginal risk, again, for that wind and hail threat as we head towards the afternoon hours. Short-term first alert futurecast showing the showers and storms continue to work their way eastward. Again, some heavier pockets of rain, not out of the realm of possibility, getting closer to 8, 9 o'clock across the Mississippi River, going eastward as we go through the course of the morning and early afternoon. Places like Batesville, Oxford, up towards Ripley, Snow Lake Shores, Ashland, as well as Holly Springs catching more rain, as well as Selmer and Bolivar over towards Toon, and also for Adamsville. We'll catch some more scattered showers and storms making their way and presence known for the afternoon and evening commute. Not in every location. Notice there will be some spots that stay almost completely dry today, while other locations will have a couple of waves of showers and storms. So again, don't bank on that you will see showers and storms, but be prepared that you could see showers and storms. This is just through 7 o'clock. I think that we will have another round of scattered downpours moving from north to south this evening that could linger through about midnight tonight before we clear things out heading into the start of your Wednesday. Wednesday will start off with fog, giving way to some sunshine, temperatures in the 60s, close to 70, and another wave of rain on the way as we head towards the latter portion of your Thursday into Friday, as several heavier pockets of rain likely to move across central and south Mississippi, northern Louisiana, and it could be some stronger storms in those locations. For us, I think it's just going to be rain and maybe some rumbles of thunder moving across the Mid-South as we go through your late Thursday, Friday into early Saturday. This is Saturday morning at 7 a.m. Rain showers moving to the north of us should start to dry out through the morning hours. Clouds may hang on tough throughout the course of the day, but eventually clearing out as we head through Saturday evening, Saturday night into your Sunday. Sunday looks to be a brighter day, but also a cooler day as well. How much rainfall can we see between now and Sunday? And again, you're going to notice a split in the higher rain opportunities. 1 to 3 inches of rainfall across northern Arkansas through southern Missouri up towards southern Illinois, western portions of Kentucky, and then to the south of us, another additional 2 to maybe upwards of 4 inches of rainfall across central Alabama, central Mississippi, and we here in the Mid-South, only about a half an inch to an inch of rainfall between now and then. And the reason why is because, again, just the way that these systems are going to be moving across our area. One batch moving to the south of us here today and tomorrow, as well as the latter half of the week. And then the second batch kind of lifting to the north of us. You shift this down south about 50 miles and we end up in that 1 to 2 inch range. So we'll be watching you closely. We'll keep you updated on that. Be the first to alert you to any changes. One of the changes that will happen behind that system, of course, the warm air that we've got right now hangs around, but it will start to fade away as we head towards the upcoming weekend. Highs of the 50s Saturday, Sunday, back to the 60s by Monday. Warming up yet again heading into next week. So if you're a fan of the milder temperatures, they will be back soon enough. But of course, we're still dealing with it right now here on the Super Tuesday. Again, when you hear Super Tuesday, you see storms, you're probably thinking 2008. And not the case here. This is talking about the opportunities for some scattered downpours across the area. And I want you to understand this will have no rhyme or reason to them where they will be popping up, moving around. So when people will ask the question, which way are these storms moving? I'm just going to nod my head and say, yes, they are moving. Because this morning they could be west to east. Later to this afternoon to this evening, they could be moving from north to south across the area. But again, still some sun peaks from time to time with a lot of clouds, with the opportunities for showers and storms. Drier tomorrow, but watch out for some zones of fog tomorrow morning, giving way to some sunshine breaks by the afternoon. More scattered showers on the way by Thursday night, and Friday looks to be a wet go of things throughout much of the day on Friday. Then Saturday, lingering showers through the morning hours, turning drier. Don't forget, we turn our clocks forward 1 hour Saturday night into Sunday. And actually tomorrow, I think, is the first 6 p.m. sunset here in Memphis. And of course, that will then get pushed forward an extra hour, 7 p.m. sunset by Sunday. Monday looks to be dry, bright with temperatures in the 60s. And I think better opportunities for sunshine and mild temperatures expected for next week's primary in Mississippi. But of course, if you're voting today, keep an umbrella nearby because you may have to deploy it if you're standing out at the polls.
One in 4 adults grapple with mental illness, and that number goes from 1 to 3 adults if you just include the ages of 18 and 25. Treatment shockingly low, and more people are being linked to mental health disorders. They become more susceptible to substance abuse and vice versa. It is a painful web there that is constantly being woven each and every day, each and every month across this country. There is a new organization. It's called Live 3 999. It has emerged as a beacon of hope and a tribute to healing and a platform for change. I'm joined now by a couple of ladies here. Carmela Wallace. She is someone who founded Live 399, and Dr. Sherry Turner. She is the Chief Health Officer of Crisis Text Line. Ladies, good morning to you. I appreciate you joining us. First off, Carmela, tell me about founding this organization, Live 399, to honor your son Jared's memory. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. So I founded Live Free 999 to honor my son, Jared, also known as Juice World, after his accidental overdose passing. So the point of the foundation is to normalize the conversation around mental health and substance dependency, to provide resources and support programs that provide outlets and positive ways of addressing mental health, and also to let those know that they are not alone, and encourage them not to suffer in silence.
Dr. Turner, over to you. I want to talk about how Live 3999 and the crisis text line aim to bridge the gap when it comes to treatment, especially among that window of adults ages 18 to 25, where mental health illness is shockingly high.
Right. We are in a youth mental health epidemic. So Crisis Text Line is really pleased to support Live Free 999 as we seek to decrease the stigma around mental illness and increase the awareness of Crisis Text Line as a resource, especially for youth between the ages of 18 and 25. We want to make sure that they know that Crisis Text Line is available for them. Crisis Text Line provides free 24/7 mental health support and crisis intervention solely on a text platform in English or in Spanish. So anyone can text LF999 to 741-741 and receive support from a live volunteer crisis counselor who's supervised by a mental health professional. And we like to say a crisis to you is a crisis to us. That's how we bridge the gap, because we're available equally, our volunteers, for someone who's struggling with their homework, with a relationship, with substance use, all the way to the point of feeling like they're having suicidal ideations.
So, Carmela, back over to you. How important is it for young Americans to talk about their mental health? I mean, you founded Live 3999, and I'm sure you come across an extraordinary amount of people. And what are you seeing on the front lines, so to speak?
I'm seeing people are starting to have the conversation. I'm seeing that mental health is more than just a passing statement. Mental health is health, but people are actually engaging and looking for ways to do something about the crisis, the epidemic that's going on right now. And I think partnering with the Crisis Text Line allows us the opportunity to provide resources to some who may not have even had the resources to identify that, to help them through their struggles.
And Dr. Turner, over to you again. Let's talk about that crisis text line and the impact it has from your perspective. I mean, tell me what you see each and every day.
So young people are in need of assistance. Young people are dealing with depression and anxiety at rates that are far more than they were 10 years ago even. So what we want to provide is this confidential, anonymous support that they find helpful. And in fact, when we look at our surveys, 87% of our texters find that the conversation has been helpful, and 25% of them would not have anywhere else to turn. So they're finding that they're less stressed and less depressed and anxious at the end of those conversations. And we know we're reaching communities of color in particular, and LGBTQ plus communities.
So, ladies, we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. Perhaps, and I open this up to both of you, perhaps someone is watching, maybe they have a family member, a loved one, a friend out there that's struggling right now. What's the best way to reach out and get help?
So I would encourage them not to suffer in silence. They could do a number of things. They could go to livefree999.org.
Or they can text LF999 to 741-741, or find resources on our webpage, crisistextline.org.
Ladies, thank you so much for talking about this this issue that's so prevalent and so important. Mental health, certainly top of mind for so many people out there. Thank you for all that you've done with Live Free 999 and the crisis text line. We appreciate everything that you're doing. Thanks so very much. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Colorectal cancer often develops silently without symptoms. In fact, in 2024 alone, it's estimated that more than 152,000 people will get it, will be diagnosed with colorectal cancer, and about 53,000 of them will die from it, making it the second leading cause of cancer deaths in the U.S. Let's bring in a couple of people to talk more about how important colorectal screenings are so very important. Let's bring in Cedric McFadden. He's a doctor, colorectal and general surgeon, and also Amishi Shah, diagnosed with colorectal cancer. Good morning to you both. Doctor, let's begin with you. And can you talk a little bit about the symptoms that we can all watch for when it comes to colorectal cancer? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. When you think about colon cancer, there's some symptoms that probably make sense, right? Abdominal pain, changes in your bowel habits, bleeding. There may be some others like weight loss or fatigue that also come to mind. But when we talk about colorectal cancer, in many cases, there are no symptoms. In fact, in earlier stages of cancer development, the patient can feel normal, can look normal, and can obviously delay the diagnosis. So that's why we've partnered with the Colorectal Cancer Alliance to get folks to go to getscreened.org to learn more about, finding the cancer before it's a cancer, right? We want to get people prevented from this potentially preventable disease. So that's the message here today.
I understand, doctor, that the age went down just a few years ago. It was at 50, and now it's at 45. Can you talk about some of the reasons behind that?
Well, I was seeing patients just in my own office that were coming in their 20s and 30s with not only just colorectal cancer, but advanced versions of these cancers. And that was been seen all around this country. And that led to the United States Preventive Task Force changing those recommendations to begin screening earlier at 45. Now, regardless of that age that we recommend, if you have symptoms, you still need to get tested and talk with your doctor about those tests.
Okay, over to Amishi right now. I'd love to hear your story. I understand you had a colorectal diagnosis. Tell me about the screening process and therapy.
Well, when it was time to get screened, I was busy living life, too busy to even see a doctor. And so around age 49, I started seeing blood in my stool and eventually went to see my doctor, and I had my screening colonoscopy. I was shocked to find out that I had stage 3B cancer at age 49. And I've been treated for it. I've lost a couple of body parts, and now I live with the consequences of treatment. But along the way, I've had a lot of help, including colorectalcancer.org with a buddy program and some chat rooms, a lot of educational material.
Well, I'm so glad you're on the mend there, Amishi. Can you tell me about how you've become this vocal proponent of cancer screening, colorectal cancer screening, and how invasive was it? A lot of people are concerned about that one specifically.
it can save your life. It's very simple. This is a cancer where there's a high survival rate, over 90%, if it is caught early. And I was one of the 80% who didn't get screened between the ages of 45 and 49. So I know exactly how important it is to get screened. And for the second part of your question about the invasiveness, there's a little bit of prep. There are different types of prep that you can do. And honestly, in the end, I think about the rest of my life. So it is important to catch it early. And if you catch it early, then you won't have to go through everything that I did. So I tried to tell people my story, and hopefully other people can avoid everything that I went through.
Dr. McFadden, over to you. I want to ask you, because I've seen and thousands of people watch us here on the Digital Desk each and every day. I know that there are a lot of commercials out there for Cologuard, where you can just submit a stool sample and have it tested. Where do you stand on people getting screened? I mean, do you want them to do that at the very least? Do you want the actual screening? Where do you stand on all this?
So lots of different versions to get screened. And some of those versions are right for some people and they're wrong for other people. And that's why I really like the getscreened.org site, because it helps navigate through the options. For instance, if you have a family history or personal history of colorectal cancer, a lot of those commercially available boxes that you see on TV, they're not appropriate for you. But I think when you go to getscreened.org, you'll see the options that are right for you. And not only see the options, but tell you kind of when you should get that test and how often you should get that test. But I think knowing the options are there are great, but we also want to make sure you're doing the right test for you at the right time.
Final question, open up to both of you. Again, we have a large audience that's watching right now. Perhaps they're in that age bracket where they need to get screened or tested. What would you say to them now? Amishi, let's begin with you.
Learn about your risk factors. Go to getscreened.org and find out what is right for you, and then go talk to your doctor and push for the appropriate testing for you.
And I would echo that. I think the key here is, get screened at the age of 45. If you have a family history of colorectal cancer, begin screening 10 years before that family member was affected. And regardless of your age, regardless of your risk factors, if you have symptoms, bleeding, abdominal pain, changes in weight loss, fatigue, those are the things that get your attention. You need to be tested as well.
Great conversation with you both. Dr. McFadden, Amishi Shah, I really appreciate both of you coming on the Digital Desk to talk about the importance of colorectal screenings and how they can save lives. We appreciate the conversation. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
All right, another live look from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis. Check out that rainbow as we go to break here. 828, 67 degrees. We're going to give you your forecast in 60 seconds.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A chance for scattered showers and storms expected across the Mid-South as we roll through this Super Tuesday. Of course, voting from 7:30 to 7:30 in Arkansas and 7 to 7 in Tennessee. Mississippi, your primary elections, March the 12th. Polls open 7 to 7 on next Tuesday. As far as today is concerned, though, if you are heading to the polls, heading to work, heading to school, scattered showers and storms, not an all-day situation. And even some sunshine breaks from time to time will mix in across the area. But we'll get an uptick in scattered showers and storms over the course of the next couple of hours. As we go through this afternoon, keeping that chance in play, it's not going to be all day long, nor in every single location. But where we do get some showers and storms, heavy downpours, frequent lightning, gusty winds. Can't rule out maybe even a few hailstones as well. The SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, actually does have parts of the area underneath a marginal risk, again, for that wind and hail threat as we head towards the afternoon hours. Short-term first alert futurecast showing the showers and storms continue to work their way eastward. Again, some heavier pockets of rain, not out of the realm of possibility, getting closer to 8, 9 o'clock across the Mississippi River, going eastward as we go through the course of the morning and early afternoon. Places like Batesville, Oxford, up towards Ripley, Snow Lake Shores, Ashland, as well as Holly Springs catching more rain, as well as Selmer and Bolivar over towards Toon, and also for Adamsville. We'll catch some more scattered showers and storms making their way and presence known for the afternoon and evening commute. Not in every location. Notice, there will be some spots that stay almost completely dry today, while other locations will have a couple of waves of showers and storms. So again, don't bank on that you will see showers and storms, but be prepared that you could see showers and storms. This is just through 7 o'clock. I think that we will have another round of scattered downpours moving from north to south this evening that could linger through about midnight tonight before we clear things out heading into the start of your Wednesday. Wednesday will start off with fog, giving way to some sunshine, temperatures in the 60s, close to 70, and another wave of rain on the way as we head towards the latter portion of your Thursday into Friday, as several heavier pockets of rain likely to move across central and south Mississippi, northern Louisiana. It could be some stronger storms in those locations. For us, I think it's just going to be rain and maybe some rumbles of thunder moving across the Mid-South as we go through your late Thursday, Friday into early Saturday. This is Saturday morning at 7 a.m. Rain showers moving to the north of us should start to dry out through the morning hours. Clouds may hang on tough throughout the course of the day, but eventually clearing out as we head through Saturday evening, Saturday night into your Sunday. Sunday looks to be a brighter day, but also a cooler day as well. How much rainfall can we see between now and Sunday? And again, you're going to notice a split in the higher rain opportunities. 1 to 3 inches of rainfall across northern Arkansas through southern Missouri up towards southern Illinois, western portions of Kentucky, and then to the south of us, another additional 2 to maybe upwards of 4 inches of rainfall across central Alabama, central Mississippi, and we here in the Mid-South, only about a ½ inch to an inch of rainfall between now and then. And the reason why is because, again, just the way that these systems are going to be moving across our area. One batch moving to the south of us here today and tomorrow, as well as the latter half of the week. And then the second batch kind of lifting to the north of us. You shift this down south about 50 miles and we end up in that 1 to 2 inch range. So we'll be watching it closely. We'll keep you updated on that. Be the first to alert you to any changes. One of the changes that will happen behind that system, of course, the warm air that we've got right now hangs around, but it will start to fade away as we head towards the upcoming weekend. Highs of the 50s Saturday, Sunday, back to the 60s by Monday. Warming up yet again heading into next week. So if you're a fan of the milder temperatures, they will be back soon enough. But of course, we're still dealing with it right now here on this Super Tuesday. Again, when you hear Super Tuesday, you see storms, you're probably thinking 2008, and not the case here. This is talking about the opportunities for some scattered downpours across the area. And I want you to understand this will have no rhyme or reason to them where they will be popping up, moving around. So when people will ask the question, which way are these storms moving? I'm just going to nod my head and say, yes, they are moving. Because this morning they could be west to east. Later to this afternoon to this evening, they could be moving from north to south across the area. But again, still some sun peaks from time to time with a lot of clouds, with the opportunities for showers and storms. Drier tomorrow, but watch out for some zones of fog tomorrow morning, giving way to some sunshine breaks by the afternoon. More scattered showers on the way by Thursday night and Friday. Looks to be a wet go of things throughout much of the day on Friday. Then Saturday, lingering showers through the morning hours, turning drier. Don't forget, we turn our clocks forward 1 hour Saturday night into Sunday. And actually tomorrow, I think, is the first 6 p.m. sunset here in Memphis. And of course, that will then get pushed forward an extra hour. 7 p.m. sunset by Sunday. Monday looks to be dry, bright with temperatures in the 60s, and I think better opportunities for sunshine and mild temperatures expected for next week's primary in Mississippi. But of course, if you're voting today, keep an umbrella nearby because you may have to deploy it if you're standing out at the polls.
We talk about all kinds of kidney disease awareness and kidney health, but I want to ask you, do you know anything about autosomal dominant polycystic kidney disease? Well, this is called ADPKD, and it is a rare genetic condition that causes cysts to form on the kidney. It affects their ability to function, and ultimately it leads to kidney declining and the need for dialysis or a transplant. So this is so important to really kind of bring up the idea of kidney health. And to talk more about kidney health, I am joined right now by a 5-time Olympic gold medalist. You know that you recognize her. This is Missy Franklin on the Action News 5 digital desk, world-class swimmer, joining us this morning to talk about kidney disease and awareness and how her own family has been affected by it. Missy, first off, thank you for joining us on the digital desk here. I'm excited to have you. Tell us about your swimming career first off, because I know we are an Olympic station here. We've seen you, we've rooted for you, cheered you on. Tell me what you're doing in the pool these days.
Well, thank you so much for having me, first of all, and for all that cheering. I definitely heard it. So I feel so fortunate looking back on my swimming career. I was able to compete in the 2012 and 2016 Olympic Games. I have 5 gold medals and a bronze, and I did retire in 2018 due to injury. And as hard as that was at the time, it gave me more time and energy to focus on other areas of my life that I'm passionate about, and especially was able to make me shift my focus and passion to my family, which is the #1 priority in the world for me.
I understand that completely. Congratulations on what a successful career you had in the pool as a swimmer. And again, 5 Olympic gold medals. That is something to be proud of. So, Missy, let's switch gears here and let's talk about kidney disease, specifically ADPKD, and why you hold it so close to your heart.
Yes, absolutely. So you did a beautiful job of describing what ADPKD is. So I won't touch too much on that, but it is a genetic condition that affects the kidneys. And it is particularly important to myself and my family because it runs in my father's family. So my father was diagnosed along with some of his siblings, as well as one of my grandparents. It is a hereditary disease. So I know that each child of a parent with ADPKD also has a 50% chance of inheriting it themselves. So we've been on quite the journey with my father and with my family with this disease. And he really started to decline in 2019. And it was around early 2022 that we started looking for a living organ donor for my dad.
How can you tell us how the symptoms manifested itself? Was there something that was clearly not wrong that you guys could tell right away?
Yes, well, thankfully, we were able to get his diagnosis very early. So we were actually able to get his diagnosis before the symptoms really set in. And that is a huge part of our messaging and what I'm here with Otsuka America Pharmaceutical Inc. to discuss today is those conversations of family health history. And they're so important if you can talk to one another, your family members, about any genetic diseases that might be in the family so you can detect them as early on as possible. We know that early detection makes a big difference. So we had an early detection for my dad. And then once it progressed, I would say one of the biggest things for him was his fatigue. And that was really hard to watch as his daughter was just how tired he was all the time, the 3-4 hour naps that he needed to take every single day just to get through the day. And that was very tough on both myself and my mom, who was his primary caregiver.
I bet. That is a big deal. It certainly impacts her and the whole family. So tell us how your dad's doing now and what you've learned throughout this whole journey, Missy.
Yes, absolutely. So in August of 2022, my dad did successfully undergo transplant surgery. We did search for months for a living donor because he was on the organ donation list, but those can sometimes be years of waiting. And we learned the day of the surgery that my dad's living donor was another Olympic gold medalist in swimming. Her name is Chrissy Perham. We did not know her beforehand. She was a perfect match for my dad and did this out of the goodness of her heart. And both my father and Chrissy are doing so well, and Chrissy is now a part of our family. And throughout the whole process, I think I learned really the importance of disease education for those who might be affected by ADPKD or another kidney disease, understanding the hereditary nature of it, and just being conscious about being an advocate for my own health. So now I work with my doctors and nephrologists to carefully monitor my kidneys and overall health.
What a fantastic story. I mean, what are the chances another Olympic gold medalist or, Olympic swimmer or Olympian, I guess I should say, helps out your family? That's amazing. So we have thousands of people that are watching us right now, Missy. Each and every morning they join us here on the Digital Desk. If someone has kidney disease that runs in their family or, they're concerned about it, what would you tell them?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we believe that every patient's and family needs are different, but I think that discussing health history with your family is such an important conversation that every family should have. And so I would just encourage anyone whose family has a history of ADPKD or other kidney or genetic diseases to stay proactive, speak with your doctor about different ways to identify kidney disease. And Otsuka America Pharmaceutical Inc. has an awesome resource to learn more. You guys can go to adpkdquestions.com, and that would be an amazing resource for you if you are looking to learn more about this disease.
I understand you live right down the road from us. We're in Memphis, you're in Nashville. What else can you tell all of your fans here in the Memphis Mid-South area?
I have to say, we've been in Nashville for about 2 years now. I'm originally from Colorado, and I do miss Colorado, but I love it here. I've been so blown away by the kindness of the people, the beauty of the nature, how active everyone is. It is just incredible. I really feel like I'm at home here, and I'm just so grateful for that.
Well, we're grateful for you joining us on the Digital Desk. Missy Franklin, 5-time Olympic gold medalist, champion, world-class swimmer. Thank you so much for not only giving us an update on you and your life, but also talking about the importance of kidney disease awareness and your fight, your own fight and battle with it, your family's fight, I should say. Thank you so much for talking with us, and God bless you and your family. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Likewise.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We in Memphis are blessed to have such an amazing medical community and always very active, whether it's St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, Methodist, Le Bonheur, also Baptist Memorial, and Regional One Health. And the oncology at Regional One is a department that is always doing new and interesting things to help the treatment of cancer. I'm joined now by a medical oncologist with Regional One, Soren Choksi, to talk more about how they treat cancer patients. Good morning, Dr. Choksi. I appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Can you tell us what kind of patients you see in your practice? Is it just the run of the gamut cancers, or is it a specific kind?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Yeah, so I specifically in my practice treat patients who have GI cancers, but a medical oncologist can treat a whole host of cancers, whether that's solid organ cancers, such as breast cancer, lung cancer, colon cancer, or blood cancers, such as leukemia, lymphoma, or multiple myeloma. Here at Regional One, our providers are academically trained and subspecialty focused. And so we have a physician who does lung cancers, another physician who does breast cancers. I myself do GI cancers and the like. And so our cancer program is a very comprehensive kind of focused multidisciplinary program.
So I'm curious, are there different chemotherapies or different therapies, I should say, that that are specifically designed for specific cancers?
Yes, so the treatment of cancer has come a long way in the past few decades. No longer do we rely simply on traditional cytotoxic chemotherapy. And by cytotoxic, I mean medications that really affect all cells of the body. We have more advanced modalities to treat cancer, including immunotherapy, which uses the body's own immune system to fight the cancer, targeted therapy, so agents that target specific mutations, and then more advanced cellular-based therapies, things like CAR-T that you and your viewers may have read about or heard about.
Yes, I certainly have heard about it. So we have thousands of people that watch us on the digital desk each and every morning, Doctor. Let's talk about perhaps that first visit that you get when a patient arrives at your office. What are some of those first questions you ask or the patient should ask themselves about the possibility of having cancer?
And so that first visit with the medical oncologist is the first step on their cancer journey. And what they want to know is what type of cancer do they have? How extensive is the cancer? And that specifically is the stage of the cancer, meaning is it an early stage cancer, stage 1 through 3? Or is it at an advanced stage, such as stage 4? They should also ask about what are their treatment options. Will it involve just the medical oncologist that's treating them? Will it involve other specialties, such as our radiation oncology colleagues or our surgical oncology colleagues? And then lastly, they should ask about what are the goals of treatment. And this is probably the most important aspect of a physician-patient relationship, in that what is it that the patient hopes to get out of treating the cancer? You know, unfortunately, there are many cancers that are uncurable, and the treatment is aimed at controlling the cancer, stopping its spread, stopping it from affecting vital organs, and to maintain the patient's quality of life. So all of those are important aspects of that patient-physician relationship.
You just mentioned it. All of it is very important. Is there any one that's maybe more important than others? I hear a lot of times how a patient's attitude is truly everything. If they come in defeated, or if they come in determined, it can make a world of difference. Is that the most important aspect? What's your idea?
Yeah, that's a very important point. I'm sure many physicians have anecdotal stories of how patients' mood impacted their overall outcomes. I think the most important aspect is having a realistic conversation and goal when you meet with the oncologist in terms of what will be the goals of the treatment. And it's great to have hope and to be optimistic, but we know that cancer care can be quite challenging, to put it mildly. And so if patients and their providers are on the same page as to what they're trying to achieve, then I think patients are overall satisfied, and it brings satisfaction to the family as well.
Is lung cancer the most commonly treated cancer in this area of Memphis and the Mid-South?
Yes, so for men and women, lung cancer is the most common cancer. After that, for men, it's prostate cancer. For women, it's breast cancer. And then third most common is colon cancer. And those trends have been kind of stable to rising over many years due to the risk factors that lead to those cancer development. So tobacco abuse, lifestyle decisions, and other exposures.
Well, you got thousands of people watching right now, Doctor. Is there anything you want to say to Memphis and the Mid-South about your practice, about the treatment available here across the Mid-South, and what advice you have for someone perhaps that's been newly diagnosed with cancer?
Yeah, so the Memphis area in the Mid-South historically has had marginal or poor outcomes from a health perspective. And our team here at Regional One and University of Tennessee Health Science Center is aimed at kind of bridging that gap and closing that gap between the health outcomes. What I would say is, for someone who has a concern for a cancer or a new cancer diagnosis, is involve your healthcare team early. Talk to your primary care doctor or your medicine physician. Get that referral to a specialist that's going to help do that first step in diagnosis, whether it's a lung doctor or a radiologist to get the initial imaging done, whether it's a urologist for prostate symptoms or a GI doctor for GI symptoms. And then once you do see your medical oncologist, have an honest and realistic discussion about what the goals of therapy are. And then that oncologist can discuss all the options and give the support to the patient, to their family, so that the cancer journey is meaningful. And it's meaningful not only from a cancer treatment perspective, but meaningful to the patient, because we can talk about this all day, but ultimately it's the patient's life, it's their patient's own diagnosis and journey, and we're there to support them as fully as we can.
I appreciate that. One more question before we leave, Doctor. Cancer research is constantly evolving. I don't have to tell you that. I mean, you know that. Is there anything that maybe would be preventative steps that people can take that prevents cancer? I know you can't prevent all things and all cancers out there, but is there maybe one or two things that you could point and say, hey, listen, don't do this. It will drastically reduce your chance of getting cancer. One of which is smoking, right?
Yes, you've nailed the hammer on the nail right there. So smoking has links to many cancer types, not just lung cancer or head and neck cancer. There are a number of cancers that are linked to tobacco abuse. So one simple change, and I say it's simple, but I know it's quite difficult for those who've been smoking for many years, is cutting back on the use of tobacco. It'll not only lower your cancer risk, but it'll help lower the risk of other cardiovascular complications, such as heart attacks, heart disease, strokes, and a number of other conditions. Specifically in my field for GI cancers, we know that our diets have an impact on the health of our gut. And so diets that are rich in fatty foods, high-fat foods, red meats can increase inflammation in our body. That inflammation is what leads to the development of cancer. So anything we can do to help lower that inflammation, such as eating more fruits and vegetables, whole grains, increasing our fiber intake, and increasing exercise, can help lower the inflammation and lower the risk of cancer development. But, as you mentioned, there are some cancers that carry a genetic risk, that carry a familial risk, and there are just some cancer types that we can take all the best precautions that we can and still, unfortunately, be diagnosed.
No question about it. Dr. Soren Choksi, a very thorough interview, and I appreciate you being open and honest and very thorough, I should say, in a lot of your responses. I feel like, people watching this interview in its entirety, they will learn a lot about not only cancer, but how it's treated and the latest information coming out of cancer research. Thank you so much for taking time to be with us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Happy to be here.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We always here at the Digital Desk look for ways to improve our life physically, mentally, emotionally. Well, there are always ways that we can do things maybe a little bit better, a little bit different based upon some new research out there, some new techniques. And apparently there are some breathing techniques out there that can improve our mental health. And joining me now to talk more about this is Allison White Stewart. She is the supervisor of Living Well Network with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. Allison, good to have you on the Digital Desk. How are you this morning? I cannot hear you, Allison.
It's great to be here. I'm great. How are you?
Good. Now I can hear you. I'm much better now. So tell me about these breathing techniques, Allison, that can improve our mental health.
So there's a few breathing techniques that we can discuss today, but you know, the good thing about breathing is that research shows us that it can lower blood pressure, it can calm our minds, it can even change our immune system. And so it's also helpful to regulate our mood, which helps us stay calmer and more effective, right? So one that I really like to do is diaphragmatic breathing. So the diaphragm, of course, is right here. And diaphragmatic breathing is what we call belly breathing, essentially. And one of my favorites is by a man, he's a psychiatrist named Dr. Rahman. And he says if you exhale twice as long as you inhale, that brings you to a calmer state. So if you breathe in for 4 seconds, hold for 1 second, and breathe out for 8 seconds, and hold again for 1 second, and then repeat that a couple of times, that's going to calm your mind down. So that's one that I really like to do. Another one is just called simple breathing, where you would breathe through your nose, not your chest. So breathe through your nose and then exhale for 4 seconds by making a little sound with your mouth, like a little whooshing sound. So you would breathe in for 4 seconds through your nose and breathe out for 4 seconds. So those are two really good ones. If you Google breathing exercises, there's tons of them on the internet. There's also YouTube videos that will go more in depth into the breathing exercises. But breathing has been shown to really make a difference in your overall health.
Can you tell us some of the reasons why something as simple as just monitor your breathing or trying different breathing techniques like from, your chest versus your nose and mouth, how these kind of techniques can improve mental health? I mean, I know that, for example, many people out there, if they're about to speak in front of a room, they might take a deep breath to kind of calm their nerves. Is it something like that?
Absolutely. So our mind and our body are connected, right? So if we, just like you said, if we're going and speaking like today, I'm a little nervous talking to you today. So I took a minute and I did some diaphragmatic breathing and I breathed in for 4 seconds and breathed out for 8 seconds. Again, it gets my body less tense and it brings my mind to a calmer state.
Gotcha. If someone is watching right now, there's thousands of people that watch, and maybe they're at work or in the office, and they want to improve their mental health. Can you do it at work, and what would you recommend at work?
The good thing about breathing exercises, you can do them anywhere. You can do them while you're driving. You can do them while you're sitting at your desk. You can do them when you're laying down trying to go to sleep at night. And so again, it can just take 5 minutes a day. Even 5 minutes a day of breathing, intentional breathing, has been shown to affect our health in a good way. So again, you can do it anywhere. And again, simple breathing might be just breathing through your nose for 4 seconds and breathing out through your mouth for 4 seconds. So those are very simple breathing exercises you can do anytime, anywhere.
I appreciate that, Allison. Is there a place we can go online with Methodist to maybe perhaps learn a little bit more about various breathing techniques?
Sure. So the Living Well Network has a website. It's www.thelivingwellnetwork.org. We have lots of information about a variety of things for your mental health. So it's a really good resource to have. And yeah, just go on there and see what we got for you.
All right, Allison White Stewart, Living Well Network, Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare, breathing us into a better mental health state. Thanks so very much. Appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. That's a live look from our High 5 camera in Midtown Memphis. Lots of clouds out there. There's definitely some showers across the Mid-South. It's going to be like this for the majority of the day, just showers on and off. I got to tell you, there was a rainbow not too long ago on our High 5 camera. It looked great. It looked glorious, keeping us upbeat and uplifted. Something like our next guest here, Talisa Franklin, always upbeat, always positive, always helping us through the day, through the storms out there, the silver lining of your cloud. Talisa, I saw a new billboard from you. It was from you, right? It says, "I love you," right?
Yes, absolutely. I love you, Memphis. I love you.
We love you back, Talisa. Thank you for doing that. How you doing?
I'm wonderful. I'm excited. I'm super excited today. Really, honestly, I am one of the recipients for the Leadership Memphis Changemakers Award today. So I'm super excited to be along with so many other fellow people that we're all trying to make positive change in our city.
Wow! Congratulations. So tell me what that's about.
So Leadership Memphis has their awards luncheon every year, and then of course they award 10 change makers, just a change, acknowledging that what we're doing in our community is really changing the trajectory of our community. And so I'm honored because I'm a graduate of Leadership Memphis, and I remember going to the luncheon celebrating everybody else that was really making positive change. And for me to be a part of this year's selection, I am very honored. I was telling President Crenshaw how honored I was just to receive the call that somebody thought enough to think that I am a change maker. So I'm just honored today. So I'm excited.
Oh, that you are for sure. And man, that is an award I would have given you years ago. But it's so great that you're getting it, and congratulations once again. What's going on, Talisa?
Listen, I'm gonna tell you, Memphis, we always having some amazing things in our Bluff City, and I am so proud of this March Madness, right? March Madness is going on because many of us in the faith world, we absolutely love Pastor Gary Faulkner. Many of us call him Pastor G. He's been around as long as I can remember, right? But also he has brought in such an amazing man that has traveled all around the world. But every Thursday, he's going to be right here in the city of Memphis. And I was like, I think I better spotlight this because I need people to know. Pastor Wes Morgan will be in our city every single Thursday of this month because they're doing an event called March Madness, Living a Life with No Regrets. I think this is amazing, right? Every Thursday in March, there will be at my dear brother and dear friend, Pastor Kevin Davidson's church. It is absolutely free at 794 East Rains Road. The doors open at 6:30. The event start at 7, and they'll also have a different pastor that's here in the city will be joining them. But if anybody don't know about Pastor Wes Morgan, he has all these amazing hits, but he also has an amazing story of resilience, amazing story of overcoming whatever life throws your way. And he has an amazing story of recovery. And so I definitely encourage anybody that's out there, if you're battling with your recovery, with whatever addiction you may have, you look at a Wes Morgan now and you see him on all these major platforms, but just know that he has a recovery story too. And so just like God allowed him to recover, he'll allow you to recover. And so I want people, if you can get there on Thursdays and meet this amazing young man, have a conversation with him, and more so listen to his story and let his story empower you to be that best version. Because where you are today, if you are in a situation, you don't have to be there tomorrow. Your change can start right now. And so it was important that you understand March Madness is all in effect. And then I want to invite people, National Coalition of Black Women. Shout out to the president, Madam President Deborah Rivers. And I'm so excited to be a part of the National Coalition event. And also, I want you to make sure you understand that presented by Miss Tennessee Corporate America is End the Stigma, Begin the Conversations, Menstrual Hygiene Summit. This young lady, Mrs. Bettina Hunt, is always trying to make sure we have the awareness for women about our menstrual hygiene summit. There's a lot of different things that as women we may need to know more. And so her event is actually March 30th of this month. Go to Bettina Hunt. She's all over social media because she is Miss Tennessee Corporate America. This event will have a panel with pediatrics, OBGYN, about menopause, about fibroids, and just everything that a girl needs to know about herself. And so let's make sure that we support this event and get that information that we need. And shout out again to Mrs. Bettina Hunt of Miss Tennessee Corporate America is presenting this amazing event. And now, Men Who Cook, celebrated by the amazing National Coalition of 100 Black Women Memphis chapter, that I'm so happy to be a part of that great chapter. I always say we're the greatest chapter this side of heaven. Shout out to our president, Deborah Rivers. Listen, if you love to be around Men Who Cook, this is a great fundraiser that we're inviting you out to on Sunday, March the 24th, 2024. You can go to our website and get all the information that is needed, but just know all the dollars that's raised for this grand event is always going to help somebody else. And it's actually happening at the Alpha Memphis Education Foundational Building at 4122 Barton Avenue in Memphis, Tennessee, 38116. Again, shout out to Mrs. Deborah Rivers, Madam President of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women, a Memphis chapter that has 2024 Men Who Cook fundraiser. So let's get there and let's support this grand event. And hey, listen, it is always something great happening right here in the Bluff City. And y'all know what y'all got to do. Y'all got to stay connected to the digital desk.
That's right. Talisa Franklin giving us the scoop on the trend every single day. Talisa, we appreciate you so much, more than you know. Again, congratulations on the honor. And we're so thankful for you joining us each and every week.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
Okay, we'll see you later, Talisa. Thank you. 9:07 is the time, 67 degrees. Taking a live look from our high five camera outside the University of Memphis. Your forecast in 60 seconds. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It is Super Tuesday today, and you can see video here that our photographer Bo Bradley shot earlier this morning as Election Commission and election workers are stationed at the polls throughout Tennessee and the state of Arkansas. And you can see them moving that equipment there now. We are expecting polls to close at 7 o'clock this evening. They opened at 7 o'clock this morning. Of course, we'll have full results for you on air and online at Action News 5 and actionnews5.com. Let's get a check of your forecast right now with meteorologist Patrick Ellis.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk. A chance for scattered showers and storms expected across the Mid-South as we roll through this Super Tuesday. Of course, voting from 7:30 to 7:30 in Arkansas and 7 to 7 in Tennessee. Mississippi, your primary elections, March the 12th. Polls open 7 to 7 on next Tuesday. As far as today is concerned, though, if you are heading to the polls, heading to work, heading to school, scattered showers and storms, not an all-day situation. And even some sunshine breaks from time to time will mix in across the area. But we'll get an uptick in scattered showers and storms over the course of the next couple of hours. As we go through this afternoon, keeping that chance in play, it's not going to be all day long, nor in every single location. But where we do get some showers and storms, heavy downpours, frequent lightning, gusty winds. Can't rule out maybe even a few hailstones as well. The SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, actually does have parts of the area underneath a marginal risk, again, for that wind and hail threat as we head towards the afternoon hours. Short-term first alert futurecast showing the showers and storms continue to work their way eastward. Again, some heavier pockets of rain, not out of the realm of possibility, getting closer to 8, 9 o'clock across the Mississippi River, going eastward as we go through the course of the morning and early afternoon. Places like Batesville, Oxford, up towards Ripley, Snow Lake Shores, Ashland, as well as Holly Springs catching more rain, as well as Selmer and Bolivar over towards Toon, and also for Adamsville. We'll catch some more scattered showers and storms making their way and presence known for the afternoon and evening commute. Not in every location. Notice there will be some spots that stay almost completely dry today, while other locations will have a couple of waves of showers and storms. So again, don't bank on that you will see showers and storms, but be prepared that you could see showers and storms. This is just through 7 o'clock. I think that we will have another round of scattered downpours moving from north to south this evening that could linger through about midnight tonight before we clear things out heading into the start of your Wednesday. Wednesday will start off with fog, giving way to some sunshine, temperatures in the 60s close to 70, and another wave of rain on the way as we head towards the latter portion of your Thursday into Friday, as several heavier pockets of rain likely to move across central and south Mississippi, northern Louisiana. It could be some stronger storms in those locations. For us, I think it's just going to be rain and maybe some rumbles of thunder moving across the Mid-South as we go through your late Thursday, Friday into early Saturday. This is Saturday morning at 7 a.m. Rain showers moving to the north of us should start to dry out through the morning hours. Clouds may hang on tough throughout the course of the day, but eventually clearing out as we head through Saturday evening, Saturday night into your Sunday. Sunday looks to be a brighter day, but also a cooler day as well. How much rainfall can we see between now and Sunday? And again, you're going to notice a split in the higher rain opportunities. 1 to 3 inches of rainfall across northern Arkansas through southern Missouri up towards southern Illinois, western portions of Kentucky, and then to the south of us, another additional 2 to maybe upwards of 4 inches of rainfall across central Alabama, central Mississippi, and we here in the Mid-South, only about a half an inch to an inch of rainfall between now and then. And the reason why is because, again, just the way that these systems are going to be moving across our area. One batch moving to the south of us here today and tomorrow, as well as the latter half of the week. And then the second batch kind of lifting to the north of us. You shift this down south about 50 miles and we end up in that 1 to 2 inch range. So we'll be watching you closely. We'll keep you updated on that. Be the first to alert you to any changes. One of the changes that will happen behind that system, of course, the warm air that we've got right now hangs around, but it will start to fade away as we head towards the upcoming weekend. Highs of the 50s Saturday, Sunday, back to the 60s by Monday. Warming up yet again heading into next week. So if you're a fan of the milder temperatures, they will be back soon enough. But of course, we're still dealing with it right now here on the Super Tuesday. Again, when you hear Super Tuesday, you see storms, you're probably thinking 2008. And not the case here. This is talking about the opportunities for some scattered downpours across the area. And I want you to understand this will have no rhyme or reason to them where they will be popping up, moving around. So when people will ask the question, which way are these storms moving? I'm just going to nod my head and say, yes, they are moving. Because this morning they could be west to east. Later to this afternoon to this evening, they could be moving from north to south across the area. But again, still some sun peaks from time to time. with a lot of clouds, with the opportunities for showers and storms. Drier tomorrow, but watch out for some zones of fog tomorrow morning, giving way to some sunshine breaks by the afternoon. More scattered showers on the way by Thursday night, and Friday looks to be a wet go of things throughout much of the day on Friday. Then Saturday, lingering showers through the morning hours, turning drier. Don't forget, we turn our clocks forward 1 hour Saturday night into Sunday. And actually tomorrow, I think, is the first 6 p.m. sunset here in Memphis. And of course, that will then get pushed forward an extra hour, 7 p.m. sunset by Sunday. Monday looks to be dry, bright, with temperatures in the 60s, and I think better opportunities for sunshine and mild temperatures expected for next week's primary in Mississippi. But of course, if you're voting today, keep an umbrella nearby because you may have to deploy it if you're standing out at the polls.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There has been talk about building a new Shelby County jail for years. But now it's a little bit different because there is a proposal, a bill that's making its way in the Tennessee Capitol that has a specific plan in order to fund the jail. Let's talk more about this issue right now with Sam Hardiman, reporter for the Daily Memphian. He joins us every so often on a regular basis here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Lighting looks great, Sam. Good to see you as always on Monday. Tell us about your article. I know that the debate of a Shelby County jail is something that's not uncommon, but this pitch perhaps is a unique one. Good morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for giving me on the lighting. I'm really working on it and we'll get better. I promise. So my article, which we published on Friday, and the bill is scheduled to be introduced this week, is what would happen is, provided it passes the Tennessee General Assembly, is essentially the state of Tennessee would give Shelby County permission to raise the countywide sales tax rate, so the all-in rate, including state and local sales tax, to 10.75%. And so under the conditions of this bill, which is the amendment that I've seen is being sponsored by Senator Paul Rose and State Representative John Gillespie, and that's the one I obtained, would essentially, that bill would only allow the money for this growth in sales tax, this jump in sales tax, to be spent on a new county jail. And it would also have to go to a vote of the people first. So the Shelby County Commission, after this bill were to pass the General Assembly, would then have to vote to put it on the ballot for people to vote on. And then the public would have to decide whether or not to tax themselves, add this 1% on to the sales tax to pay for a new county jail. And even if they did that, let's keep in mind, a key provision of this is that it would sunset. This tax rate would go away, the all-in tax rate after 8 years or whenever the jail's debt was paid off. So this would not be a forever tax that is just added on forever.
Now, there are a lot of skeptics with those sunset type of deals and type of situations. Everyone likes to bring up the wheel tax, which was supposedly a tax in Shelby County that was supposed to be gone after 10 years. It's still around, and it's been around for a long, long time. And then it just sounds like to me, and again, I'm just one person, but it sounds like to me there are a number of different obstacles with this path forward in order to fund the jail, one of which being a 10.75 sales tax throughout Shelby County. I would think the same people who want that new jail don't want to pay for a tax increase. And so something like this might not pass, in my opinion, right? I mean, is that something that you're seeing?
Yeah, so my colleague Julia Baker did a reaction story to the first story we published, and she talked to a good amount of the Shelby County Commission, and there seemed to be among commissioners some widespread skepticism, particularly a sales tax increase could really be palatable for let's keep in mind this is a population in Shelby County that relatively to the national average, very high poverty rate. Sales tax rates affect those who have the least the most. That's kind of the nature of taxes and regressive tax like this. And so that could be difficult to swallow. So there's not guarantee that this gets on the ballot, even if it were to pass the Tennessee General Assembly, which it could. And then also to your point, Andrew, I mean, how many times in this community have people opted not to tax themselves? Notably, they did in the city of Memphis raise taxes for public safety, which is really a half-cent sales tax increase in 2019 that's gone to pay for benefits for firefighters and police officers. But when framed for public safety, tax increases have passed in Shelby County. And so it would be very interesting to see.
Are there any other options? I know you spoke to Gillespie and you spoke to one other. Who was that? Who else did you speak to? You spoke to John Gillespie. Oh, Paul Rose, and mentioned the fact that, okay, here we are. Here's the situation. Are there other options or are there other avenues to get a new jail without raising the sales tax to 10.75%? It is an enormous rate. It's already the highest in the state right now at 9.75, right?
It is, but other cities are at 9.25, and I think, and so it's not crazy. I mean, it would be much higher if you added 1%. And I only reached out to Representative Gillespie after I got the bill and was like, hey, I have this bill with your name on it. And he said, yeah, I'm happy to work on this project, essentially, is what he said. I think you can read the rest of his statement in my story. What I would say is, look, this doesn't seem to be very popular on face value, and it's going to face an uphill battle. But when we've looked at, other mechanisms, right? Like at the end of the day, how many mechanisms do you have from a public financing perspective to get $500 million? I'm not advocating a path forward here. I'm just sort of asking, if you look at the funding streams available to Shelby County, there aren't that many ways to find $500 million. And so a sales tax increase, I mean, does it come out of property tax, right? Or are you raising the wheel tax again, which is supposed to be paying for Regional 1 upgrades? And as we see with what's going on with the Shelby County Clerk's Office, we're not even sure how much money that's raised thus far. And so it really does seem, and I wonder, Andrew, and this is just kind of a rhetorical question here, but like, how much does the situation with the wheel tax and the ambiguity that you see with the wheel tax in terms of what's going on with the clerk's office affect that this is the only, and I would have to do some more reporting, but this is the only funding stream being offered for new jail right now, which is a sales tax increase. If that situation was better, would there be another option? I don't know.
Great question, Sam. This is something that certainly won't go away, because I think when you really boil it down to the meat of the issue, everyone agrees, okay, there needs to be a new jail. I mean, there's so many problems with 201 Poplar as it stands right now. It's just, the various options to get a new jail funded and built. And this pitch right now, I just see, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I just see like a very small percentage of this passing all the hurdles in order to make that happen. I'll give you the last word here.
No, I think that's absolutely right, Andrew. I mean, if you look at it just from like the things that have to happen, first, you have to have the probabilities of it passing the General Assembly. Even if you say that's likely, okay. Then the Shelby County Commission has to vote to put it on the ballot. Even if you say that's 55-45, still got to play those two percentages together. And then you got to have the people vote on whether or not to tax themselves. And so you have to, those three things have to happen. And to your point, yeah, that's a very small percentage that's actually going to happen for sure.
All right, Sam Hardiman, always appreciate it. It's just a good local news conversation that we're having about some of the issues that we need to figure out, as a community, as a whole, in order to, upgrade ourselves. Sam, really appreciate it as always, and nice job as always with your reporting. Thanks so very much for coming on the Digital Desk.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A chance for scattered showers and storms expected across the Mid-South as we roll through this Super Tuesday. Of course, voting from 7:30 to 7:30 in Arkansas and 7 to 7 in Tennessee. Mississippi, your primary elections, March the 12th. Polls open 7 to 7 on next Tuesday. As far as today is concerned, though, if you are heading to the polls, heading to work, heading to school, scattered showers and storms, not an all-day situation. And even some sunshine breaks from time to time will mix in across the area. But we'll get an uptick in scattered showers and storms over the course of the next couple of hours. As we go through this afternoon, keeping that chance in play, it's not going to be all day long, nor in every single location. But where we do get some showers and storms, heavy downpours, frequent lightning, gusty winds. Can't rule out maybe even a few hailstones as well. The SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, actually does have parts of the area underneath a marginal risk, again, for that wind and hail threat as we head towards the afternoon hours. Short-term first alert futurecast showing the showers and storms continue to work their way eastward. Again, some heavier pockets of rain, not out of the realm of possibility, getting closer to 8, 9 o'clock across the Mississippi River, going eastward as we go through the course of the morning and early afternoon. Places like Batesville, Oxford, up towards Ripley, Snow Lake Shores, Ashland, as well as Holly Springs catching more rain, as well as Selmer and Bolivar over towards Toon, and also for Adamsville. We'll catch some more scattered showers and storms making their way and presence known for the afternoon and evening commute. Not in every location. Notice there will be some spots that stay almost completely dry today, while other locations will have a couple of waves of showers and storms. So again, don't bank on that you will see showers and storms, but be prepared that you could see showers and storms. This is just through 7 o'clock. I think that we will have another round of scattered downpours moving from north to south this evening that could linger through about midnight tonight before we clear things out heading into the start of your Wednesday. Wednesday will start off with fog, giving way to some sunshine, temperatures in the 60s, close to 70, and another wave of rain on the way as we head towards the latter portion of your Thursday into Friday, as several heavier pockets of rain likely to move across central and south Mississippi, northern Louisiana. It could be some stronger storms in those locations. For us, I think it's just going to be rain and maybe some rumbles of thunder moving across the Mid-South as we go through your late Thursday, Friday into early Saturday. This is Saturday morning at 7 a.m. Rain showers moving to the north of us should start to dry out through the morning hours. Clouds may hang on tough throughout the course of the day, but eventually clearing out as we head through Saturday evening, Saturday night into your Sunday. Sunday looks to be a brighter day, but also a cooler day as well. How much rainfall could we see between now and Sunday? And again, you're going to notice a split in the higher rain opportunities. 1 to 3 inches of rainfall across northern Arkansas through southern Missouri up towards southern Illinois, western portions of Kentucky, and then to the south of us, another additional 2 to maybe upwards of 4 inches of rainfall across central Alabama, central Mississippi, and we here in the Mid-South, only about a ½ inch to an inch of rainfall between now and then. And the reason why is because, again, just the way that these systems are going to be moving across our area. One batch moving to the south of us here today and tomorrow, as well as the latter half of the week. And then the second batch kind of lifting to the north of us. You shift this down south about 50 miles and we end up in that 1 to 2 inch range. So we'll be watching you closely. We'll keep you updated on that. Be the first to alert you to any changes. One of the changes that will happen behind that system, of course, the warm air that we've got right now hangs around, but it will start to fade fade away as we head towards the upcoming weekend. Highs of the 50s Saturday, Sunday, back to the 60s by Monday. Warming up yet again heading into next week. So if you're a fan of the milder temperatures, they will be back soon enough. But of course, we're still dealing with it right now here on this Super Tuesday. Again, when you hear Super Tuesday, you see storms, you're probably thinking 2008. And not the case here. This is talking about the opportunities for some scattered downpours across the area. And I want you to understand this will have no rhyme or reason to them where they will be popping up, moving around. So when people will ask the question, which way are these storms moving? I'm just going to nod my head and say, yes, they are moving. Because this morning they could be west to east. Later this afternoon to this evening, they could be moving from north to south across the area. But again, still some sun peaks from time to time with a lot of clouds, with the opportunities for showers and storms. Drier tomorrow, but watch out for some zones of fog tomorrow morning, giving way to some sunshine breaks by the afternoon. More scattered showers on the way by Thursday night and Friday. Looks to be a wet go of things throughout much of the day on Friday. Then Saturday, lingering showers through the morning hours, turning drier. Don't forget, we turn our clocks forward 1 hour Saturday night into Sunday. And actually tomorrow, I think, is the first 6 p.m. sunset here in Memphis. And of course, that will then get pushed forward an extra hour, 7 p.m. sunset by Sunday. Monday looks to be dry, bright with temperatures in the 60s. And I think better opportunities for sunshine and mild temperatures expected for next week's primary in Mississippi. But of course, if you're voting today, keep an umbrella nearby because you may have to deploy it if you're standing out at the polls.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. You're looking live right now at our High 5 camera in Midtown Memphis where some storms are approaching. You can see there in downtown Memphis. We'll be talking more about the forecast throughout the morning here on the digital desk. Right now, I want to talk about women in tech careers because right now only about 28% of the jobs in tech are filled by women. I'm joined now by two women to talk more about this issue. Lynn Daum, Executive Director of Women in Cybersecurity, and Scarlett Howry, Vice President of Public Workforce Solutions for DeVry University. Ladies, good morning to you. Lynn, let's start with you and tell me a little bit more about your organization. Good morning.
Good morning. So Women in Cybersecurity, or WISAS, is a 501c3 member-based nonprofit. With our mission is to recruit, retain, and advance women in cybersecurity. But we exist because there's a critical workforce shortage. Right now, CyberSeek is reporting that in the US alone, there's over 570,000 unfilled cybersecurity jobs. And women represent roughly 24 to 26% of those roles. So what we do is we provide accessibility and opportunities for women to not only enter into their cybersecurity careers, but to advance in their careers because of it. We also partner with higher ed institutions such as DeVry in order to help close that gender gap.
Scarlett, over to you. Let's talk a little bit about how education kind of needs to evolve in all this.
Education does need to evolve. They need to be able to create short cycles of learning that include industry recognized credentials. And at DeVry, what we do is we partner with industry organizations and employers to understand where those skill gaps lie. We incorporate that into our degree program so that learners gain the skills not only that they want, but what the employer demands. It's why at DeVry we created the Women in Tech Scholars Program. That program creates resources and support for women so they can break into a career in technology. It includes the curriculum that's within our program, as well as the DeVry Care Formula and the partnerships that we have with Women in Cybersecurity and other industry partners so that women can not only break into a career in technology, but stay in that career. Moreover, we work alongside WASIS and all of our other partners to ensure that those gaps are something that we completely understand and incorporate that into our degree program so that when learners graduate from our programs, they can immediately get to work with their employers, helping them to innovate and solve some of their challenges so they can be much more competitive in a highly competitive marketplace.
Lynn, do we know why women do not go into a lot of tech careers? I mean, only 28% do.
Well, we believe in the value that women bring to industry that requires the digital talent. But what we don't want is financial or personal hurdles to get into the way. And so it's, to Scarlett's point, it's important to have these type of programming efforts and for women to have accessibility to these type of programming efforts that have all the wraparound services. And those services include mentoring, resources, and financial support, and so much more. And that is the launching pad for women to not only start on their tech career journey, but also to navigate through a cybersecurity career if they so choose so.
Where can people get more information on this? We have thousands of people that watch us on the Digital Desk. If someone's interested in tech careers for women and your organization specifically, where can they go?
If you want to find out more about DeVry's Women in Tech Scholars Program or our Future Cyber Defender Scholars Program, you can do so by going to devry.edu.
All right, ladies, thank you so much. We appreciate this conversation here on the Digital Desk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, another live look from our High Five camera. 68 degrees, as you can see, the rain there off in the distance. We'll be talking more about your forecast later on Action News 5's Digital Desk. All right, you've been hearing from meteorologist Spencer Denton about how spring temperatures are here. It certainly feels like spring is sprung. Warmer weather comes opportunities, of course, to improve our health, but there are also a few risks for seniors out there. Join me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk is Dr. Jana Robinson of Oak Street Health's Fraser Center in Memphis. And Dr. Robinson, good morning to you. There is a recent study I want to talk to you about. It found that among people 60 and over, the more steps they take, the lower their risk of cardiovascular disease. First off, what do you think of this study? And let's talk about the importance it is for seniors to keep moving.
Good morning, Andrew. This study is really another big supporter of exercise in general for seniors. People who exercise, regardless of their age or other medical conditions, live longer than those who don't. And this study shows even more benefit with lowering cardiovascular risk. This is a great thing.
It sounds like it. It really does. And the study goes on to say that there's all kinds of physical health benefits, of course, but it also helps with their mental health, overcoming social isolation that we all saw during the pandemic, depression, especially seasonal depression out there associated with being inside the winter months. Where are the risk factors when it comes to seniors, I guess, kind of getting out and about this spring and summer months? I guess some of it is just being a target for people who want to do not necessarily the best things, right?
Right. And our seniors are targets just like kind of anybody else can in areas where they feel unsafe. when my patients, who are all seniors, ask me what they should do if they feel unsafe, I tell them to walk in their home. Getting steps even inside their home can be helpful. However, there are additional benefits of being outside, like you mentioned. Things like walking in general increases the blood flow to the brain. Exercise helps strengthen the part of your brain called your hippocampus, which is part of the brain that helps with our verbal memory and learning. So while it's great to get outside and get some extra vitamin D and experience the sunshine, just being more physically active and taking more steps in a day also benefits them a great deal.
You know, I knew a lot of seniors, and I still do, that go to different areas, either businesses, malls, the Botanic Garden, the Lichterman Nature Center, just some place where they can get their steps. Those places sound like great spots. Where else can people get their steps? You mentioned their home, but where else do you recommend some of your patients get steps?
All of those are wonderful places. Our local YMCAs are great places. Lots and lots of our patients have the ability to join silver sneaker plans through their insurance plans, which is a great benefit for them. And several Memphis area gyms do participate in those programs where they can go and get steps and be safe and do that at the same time.
You know, obviously we were talking about, you know, ways to make sure that they're safe, obviously in a safe environment so that they feel very comfortable walking. But what about some of those other suggestions, tips, ways to be safe while walking? I know hydration's an issue.
Hydration can be an issue. Our older population is much more susceptible to dehydration. So making sure that you carry water with you and don't get overheated. If it's a particularly warm day, you want to try to go in the morning before it gets too hot, or later in the day as the heat wanes. So not walking during the middle of the day would be really, really important. You should, and always make sure to check the weather and make sure they're not going to get caught in a storm or things like that.
You know, we've talked about walking here. What other suggestions do you have for seniors out there? Maybe some other low impact exercising, and some seniors that may have a problem just kind of, you know, walking, either a disability or otherwise.
Right. Our seniors, just like other populations, their physical ability varies from person to person. Chair exercises are fantastic. With the advent of the internet, there are lots and lots of chair exercise videos available. Tai Chi is another really, really great exercise that helps promote balance and is low impact, that can help folks do that. We actually have Tai Chi in some of our centers once a week. In our community rooms, which are free and open to the public.
Excellent, excellent. Dr. Robinson, is there anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to let everybody know how our seniors can exercise and stay safe. Also, like I said, walking around the house, if you're not in great exercise shape, try walking during your commercials. You'll get 7 minutes of exercise during a 30-minute show and 17 minutes of exercise during an hour show.
Great stuff as always. Dr. Jana Robinson, Oak Street Healthcare's Fraser Center. We appreciate you coming on the digital desk to talk about ways to get the seniors moving out there, especially in the spring and summer months. Jana, appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Andrew.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Obesity continues to be an epidemic here in the U.S. It certainly is an epidemic here in Memphis and the Mid-South. In fact, if you look at the U.S. as a whole, nearly 40% of our population is considered obese, and the U.S. has the highest obesity rates among all nations in the world. Memphis ranks as second most overweight city in the country. Let's talk more about the obesity epidemic and ways we can bring that down. I'm joined now by Regina Goulder. She's a nurse practitioner with Methodist Medical Group. Regina, thanks so much for joining us. Let's talk about the obesity issue here in Memphis in the Mid-South. How bad is it? I just mentioned it's number 2 in the U.S. Do you have another number that really kind of translates how bad it really is?
So unfortunately, this has been an issue with Memphis being in the top 5 cities in America for over 10 years. This is something that we are trying to work on. We've developed information and apps, which we'll talk about later in this interview, of ways to help Memphis get healthier. We're trying to change ways of eating habits and logging your eating habits and getting this in control so that Memphis can move down on that list. Unfortunately, there's a lot of things that make this harder for Memphis, and low income. That's harder. You don't have access to the foods that can help you be more nutritious. Also, unemployment rates. We know that that leads to obesity too. So between the low income and the unemployment rates that we have here, the access to healthier foods and exercise and things like that tends to be more difficult.
What is the definition of obesity? Because some people might just be overweight, others are obese. Can you explain the difference?
Yeah, so actually they're overweight. So you go by body mass index, it's BMI, and there's ways to calculate it. You can find that even on Google, ways to calculate your BMI. And it goes by your height versus your weight. Obesity is defined as a BMI, a body mass index, over 30. That is where we consider it obese. Now, overweight is 25 or higher. Obesity, and to give you just a picture, around a 5'9" person, probably around 200, 205 pounds, that's considered obese. We don't think about that because unfortunately that's what we see all day, every day. But that is the definition of obesity, is a BMI, a body mass index greater than 30.
And some of the reasons behind it, I mean, the rise in obesity, it's our sedentary lifestyle, right? But what else?
Yeah, it's our sedentary lifestyle and our eating habits, unfortunately. We know that obesity leads to lots of medical issues, including cancer, cardiovascular disease, lung disease, because you have a decreased lung function if you're overweight. But like I said earlier, it's the access to food and nutrition and the learned behavior. They're not taught. We don't teach enough on how to cut out certain foods that, one, cause weight gain, but also cause inflammation. So we deal with that, which makes a decreased activity level, because people don't want to get up and move because they hurt. But we don't realize that a lot of the foods we're putting in our body cause this inflammation.
We have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk, Regina. If someone says, okay, I think I may be obese and I want to change that, is there like maybe some bullet points, maybe like 2 or 3 different things that they could start with today to better their life?
Sure. And that's my biggest thing. Start today. It's not an overnight change, and we know that. And everybody should look at that too and set goals, small goals at first, so that they can achieve things. I'll tell you how I usually sit down with my patients and talk about is reducing calories at first. We don't realize how many calories we drink in a day. So I start with drinks. Let's cut out sodas and juices and things high in sugar. Let's start there. Let's increase your water intake and cut that out. That makes a huge small change that they can start seeing things develop and weight loss developing. And then we'll start with, like, I call it a plate method. If you have a meat, a carbohydrate, and a vegetable, make sure your vegetables are larger than your carbohydrates. So we're not cutting everything out and being 100%, I'm going from this lifestyle to this lifestyle. We start small so that we can achieve goals and reward ourselves for achieving these goals so that we can be more successful. I tell my patients every day, if you do a complete 180 and you think today's the day that I'm going to cut everything out and I'm going to start running a mile every day, you're not going to be successful. It just doesn't work like that. It's small learned behaviors and lifestyle changes in order to keep working at it. And like I said, you set more goals to attain. If you don't attain goals, then people quit. So we have to start with small goals in order to attain those.
WMC, of course, is a proud sponsor of the Healthier 901 initiative powered by Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. It's a challenge for Memphis and the Mid-South to lose 1 million pounds in 3 years, but it's a lot more than just weight. Healthier 901 offers a number of different tools and resources for people out there. Can you go through a little bit of that for our audience?
Sure. So I'm super proud of this. This is a great initiative by Methodist in order to try to help Memphis lose weight. Like, it's a free app, like you mentioned, on your phone. You can download it. It helps you, one, connect with other people in your area that have the same goals as you. That's very important, to be able to talk and converse with people who are trying to do the same things, because we're all going to have frustrations, and it helps to do that and communicate with others. It also has where you can track your activity. So you're seeing what other people are doing too. We're starting small, we're working up. Log your calories. I talked about calorie reduction. That's very, very important, and it's an easy way to start. It also has tips, healthy tips. So to help you get on that diet journey and more nutritious eating. I say diet very minimally because we want to be more nutritious. And then, just like I said, it just helps keep track of your overall health, your weight, and your BMI. All of that is accessible on the app.
It sounds great. I know it's a great resource and tool for people out there. Anything else you'd like to mention before we let you go, Regina?
No, I mean, the biggest thing is to know that this is not an overnight change. Multiple people struggle with this. This is not something that you're singled out with. Talk to your primary care provider. They have plans. They have meal plans. They can sit down with you and discuss for you and your weight, what is a healthy calorie reduction diet? What should you cut out first? Because we all have different health needs. So sitting down and finding a primary care or discussing with your primary care what the options are is a good way to start to get the process rolling. You can have more energy. You can feel better overall. You can sleep better. There's so many benefits of getting healthy and weight loss all in one.
Regina Goulder, nurse practitioner for Methodist Le Bonheur Medical Group. We appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Very effective conversation here about ways to start losing weight today. Regina, thanks so much.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us right back here on the Action News 5 digital desk. It is nice and chilly out there, 39 degrees. So we are talking about food and budgeting when it comes to those meal preps. I know it can be pretty tough to meal prep all the time, but that is why we have experts here to talk all about that kind of stuff. And so joining me this morning, we actually have a chef. Jamie Gwynn is here with us today. Jamie, thank you so much for joining us right here on the digital desk. How you doing?
Glad to be with you, Sydney. Thank you. I'm doing well. I think it's so funny. You mentioned how chilly it is, and we're highlighting frozen food. It makes me think of the chill factor. But I'll tell you, This might be far more delicious, guaranteed, than that chilly weather. We're celebrating National Frozen Food Month, and I actually have cost-saving meal prep ideas for you that I think will delight.
Jamie, let's talk about it. Everyone likes to save money. We know inflation's been really hitting those pockets at the grocery store. So
No doubt.
let's talk about the financial aspect of it before we get into all the food I see on your
Sure.
screen.
Into all the goodness, of course. Convenience and affordability are key when it comes to the frozen food aisle. And as a professional chef, I will tell you, I shop the frozen food aisle a lot because it's come a long way. It has evolved, it has become innovative. The nutrient benefits are there because of the extraordinary technology in flash freezing. But when it comes to saving money and saving time, according to a recent survey by the National Frozen and Refrigerated Foods Association, 8 out of 10 parents with young children, of which I am one, finds it easier to have frozen food option on hand at all times. And 64% say that it has helped combat rising grocery costs. Why? Because you're buying more portion controlled. It's limiting spoilage of the fresh ingredients that you might be buying. And there is a brilliant benefit to frozen food with rising, skyrocketing prices. I think that you'll find you're going to get sometimes better flavor. You're certainly going to save time, and you get a whole lot of convenience. So we'll talk about that, but there's no doubt this is a good way to budget.
Let's talk about the health aspects of it when it comes to frozen food. I know sometimes
Sure.
people feel like it's not the healthiest option, but there are ways to make this food healthy.
That's true. I agree with you. But you know what? The cookie aisle isn't always the healthiest option either. I mean, I think you have to know what you're looking for. And I believe in splurge worthy at times. And I believe, everything in moderation. There is a lot of healthy, wonderfully delicious, and fresh tasting food, I would like to say, in the frozen food aisle. It's all real food. It's just frozen. The flash freezing technology, what started as what we call IQF, right? It started with frozen fruit. You pick fresh raspberries, for instance, at the peak of the season, and you freeze them individually quick frozen so they don't stick together in the bag, right? But those are the sweetest raspberries at the peak of their time. If you buy raspberries today in the market, in the produce section, they might not be as sweet, depends on the season, right? That flash freezing technology not only gives you fabulous flavor, but it locks in the nutrients. It's why we freeze fish for texture and quality on the boat. And that same rule applies to the frozen food section. In the freezer section today, you also get pre-washed and chopped and prepped ingredients. So now you're getting the health benefits. You have food on hand that's delicious, and it makes your day easier. It's innovation and versatility.
Hey, I'm all about saving time when it comes to cooking, being at the grocery store, getting home and chopping all that stuff up. So I think that is so
That's
important.
right.
Let's talk about some of the things that you're cooking. I was on your Instagram page, and a lot of that food looks really, really good. I think I saw some beef
Thank
stroganoff
you.
that looked amazing.
Okay, that one, I've got to tell you, that recipe is unbelievably good. It's a meatball stroganoff using frozen meatballs. So I can just tell you selfishly, in our house, I have a 4-year-old. Pizza and chicken nuggets will always have their place. But we have other favorite ingredients, and the frozen food aisle has actually been an amazing way to get my 4-year-old to eat more. So Sydney, if you consider, or I should say, eat a more varied amount of foods. If you consider, we love frozen pot stickers. I will quickly, saute them so they're crispy on the outside and steamed on the inside with soy and black vinegar. But then what can you do with that bag of meatballs you mentioned, or with the pot stickers, right? Why not make an under 10 minutes easy pot sticker veggie soup? Frozen veggies, peak of the season, frozen. I love the frozen asparagus for spring. And the pot stickers, ginger, garlic, chicken broth, easy peasy, fabulous, right? Crispy butterfly shrimp into a lettuce wrap with a creamy, lovely sauce. I use my son's favorite crispy chicken in a wrap for lunch. It's out of this world. This is so cool. Why not think about your favorite frozen waffle? We are a frozen waffle family. Super easy for breakfast, right? But I like to fold them and nestle them into my air fryer basket. When they get crispy, they look like a taco. That's a waffle taco. Now we're repurposing that frozen waffle that everybody loves. I filled it with barbecue chicken and a little coleslaw, and my kiddo loves them. Sweet potato puffs, better for you, so delicious. And last but not least, I love phyllo. It's crispy and flaky, and I filled it with ricotta and frozen berries that I use to make a compote. It's just that good. The freezer aisle, the frozen food section, is limitless. So please check it out. Go to easyhomemeals.com, by the way, for these recipes.
Well, it sounds like the frozen meals, the freezer can be your friend, is what I was trying to say.
Yes.
One quick thing before I let you go. I know you have a bit of some prizes folks can win. Can you tell me a little bit about that before you go?
Yes. Of course. Thank you for asking. For National Frozen Food Month in March, we are celebrating at easyhomemeals.com. 10,000 in prizes and appliances to win. So enter for free. By the way, I am not eligible, Sydney, so I hope you win. easyhomemeals.com. And I'll see you on social platforms at Chef Jamie Gwen.
All right, Chef Jamie Gwen, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for those delicious, inspiring frozen meals. I know I'll be putting some of those in my back pocket. We appreciate you here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. It is March, and then, the next few weeks, there's going to be spring breakers all across the southern portion of the U.S., of course, coastal cities there, primarily in Florida and some other places across Texas. And, spring break also is a time for families to go out on vacation, perhaps go to the beach, soak in the that sun and sand, and certainly the surf out there, because we've been cooped up in these winter months. We want some warm, nice beaches. I'm joined now by David Vaughn. He is Beach Safety Director down there at South Walton Beach there. Looking great behind you, by the way, David. How are you this morning?
Fantastic. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you being here. So let's talk about spring break beach safety. Boy, that's a mouthful. What would you like some of those families out there to know when it comes to spring break? We got a lot of people in Memphis and the Mid-South that love going to the Panhandle of Florida to just kind of rest, relax, and recharge.
Well, the first thing is being situationally aware and knowing before you go. So I'm really appreciative that you guys are taking the time to get people prepped up before they come on down. So knowing the flag system is probably the first best thing you can do, and understanding what they mean. It's pretty simple. We don't fly green flags here in South Walton because we have an open body of water, which is the Gulf of Mexico. I could delve into a long explanation of why, but suffice to say, we start with a moderate risk. It's because our green flag conditions only last about an hour here every morning anyways. But when we get into the more important, which is red and double red, that's where we need people to pay high attention. And that means rough surf and particularly rip currents. It's rip currents that are the gotcha down here that it really creates the unfortunate statistics and the medical events that we would rather not spring breakers deal with at all. And it's in large part because of the type of wind and wave action that we get with our sugar white sand. Our soft sugar white sand makes it really easy for rip currents to form and pull people out who aren't familiar with them and don't know what to do when they're caught in a rip current. So our first priority is to educate people on what the conditions are when they get here, and then to advise them to stay out of rip currents if at all possible, how to spot them, and then how to stay calm if they find themselves or if somebody else is caught in it, so that they can respond appropriately. So it's about prevention, observation, reaction, and then the emergency service that we provide. So the best thing that families can do when they come down is understand the beach flag system, and most importantly, know exactly where they're at when they get here. So a lot of times we'll get 911 calls that say we're on the beach in Destin, but we're not in Destin, or they don't have a particular landmarks. So what we ask people to do is when they get here is to take pictures of their kids for the day, so that if they get lost, it's easier to find them, to know exactly where they're at, to opt into our text flag system, which is 31279. If you text the word safety, you'll get real-time updates of what our flag conditions are. And then talk to a lifeguard, swim near a lifeguard. We have 26 miles and we have 15 lifeguard towers, so there are some spaces in between. We can't be everywhere at once, but reaching out and checking out our social media we have a ton of informational videos on our local conditions and what people can expect when they get here. But opportunities like this, to just be aware that the Gulf of Mexico is very dynamic, and typically in the spring we do have high surf. We're expecting over the next 2 weeks, even this upcoming first busy weekend, we're expecting rough surf. We may be into red or double red conditions. Red, if I can be crass about it, is swim if you're stupid. Can I say that live?
Yeah, you
double
can
red
say it.
is when we essentially close the water, because it's unreasonable for anyone at any skill level to be in the water. It's the stuff that my guards are trained to be in, but I'd rather they not be in there because it's life-threatening.
Let me ask you this, David. You mentioned rip currents, and unfortunately, we have dealt with people who have lost their lives coming from Memphis to the Panhandle there, South Walton Beach area, and they get caught in those. If you had to give someone a real quick crash course on how to identify rip currents, what could you say?
Well, if people understand the concept of what a rip current is it's all waves are driven by wind, whether it's long offshore, whatever. The waves come in and break over the sandbars and break up on the beach. What comes in must go out. It's simple gravity and motion. And our sugar white sand gets scooped out very easily. So the waves will come in patterns, or sometimes even more importantly, when it's straight south wind without a current, that water will come in, go out and create channels. And so it's where the waves are not breaking. It's where you have darker areas of darker looking areas of water, and sometimes it look like churned butter. And a really good thing to do is to just, when you get onto the beach, seriously zone out and just watch the water for a few minutes. Watch where the waves are breaking, and you'll notice that waves breaking over shallow parts of the sandbar. And then you can see as it washes up, you can kind of start to watch, and you can see where water starts flowing out backwards. So it's literally just the water coming in up on the shore and then finding the path of least resistance and then flowing out backwards. And people's natural inclination when they step off or they get caught in a rip current is they see the shoreline going the wrong way, they panic, and then they expend all of their remaining energy trying to get right back in a straight line to what took them out, and not realizing that the key to surviving a rip current is relaxing. It sounds counterintuitive, but that is the key. It's panic that kills people. It's an over expenditure of your energy reserves that causes submersion deaths.
A lot of people, as soon as they go down there, they want to swim right by a lifeguard stand. Is that a good practice? Is that a good idea?
Double emphasized, pumping thumbs up. Yes, swimming near a lifeguard is statistically proven to greatly reduce your chances of an unfortunate drowning, submersion, accident, or death. That is that's our first bit of advice is if you're near us, please swim near us.
Okay, so if you were to give just kind of, you mentioned the flags, we talked about rip currents, swimming near a lifeguard stand. What else can we talk about?
I'll start with respecting the Gulf, having a great location, documenting your children, taking a picture of them. The best thing that you can do, because I was that kid. I was the kid that I'd put my head down and get on a mission, and I'd end up 2 miles down the beach and my parents are freaking out looking for me. So we understand that it happens. Kids are developing agency and they want to do their thing. And it's really easy on a crowded beach to lose your sense of direction or a landmark. So we admonish people to get down here, know exactly where they're staying with an address or a location name that they can convey with high specificity in an emergency situation, and then taking pictures of their kids so that they can pass that along, so that we know what they're wearing that day. Also, I let people know that kids don't like the sun in their eyes and they like the wind at their back. And yeah, so locations and yeah, lost kids. We always find them. We always find them. We're really, really good at that.
Right.
It's amazing to watch how a group of people on the beach will come together to help find a lost child. It's one of those restores faith in humanity type situations that happens with a lot of
Gotcha.
frequency out here.
I appreciate that. So if there's a place online where people can go to maybe kind of see the tips that we discussed, where's a good website?
swfd.org. And then you can look us up on Instagram. We have a very strong educational presence on Instagram. If you look up South Walton Fire District, and it's district instead of department.
Gotcha. Well, David, we appreciate you. We appreciate these safety tips and reminders for everybody out there hitting the beach this spring break. Thanks so very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, there it is. Live look outside from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis. A lot of clouds out there. There's some rain across much of the Mid-South. We'll be talking about your forecast in 60 seconds.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A chance for scattered showers and storms expected across the Mid-South as we roll through this Super Tuesday. Of course, voting from 7:30 to 7:30 in Arkansas and 7 to 7 in Tennessee. Mississippi, your primary elections, March the 12th. Polls open 7 to 7 on next Tuesday. As far as today is concerned, though, if you are heading to the polls, heading to work, heading to school, scattered showers and storms, not an all-day situation. And even some sunshine breaks from time to time will mix in across the area. But we'll get an uptick in scattered showers and storms over the course of the next couple of hours. As we go through this afternoon, keeping that chance in play, it's not going to be all day long, nor in every single location. But where we do get some showers and storms, heavy downpours, frequent lightning, gusty winds. Can't rule out maybe even a few hailstones as well. The SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, actually does have parts of the area underneath a marginal risk, again, for that wind and hail threat as we head towards the afternoon hours. Short-term first alert futurecast showing the showers and storms continue to work their way eastward. Again, some heavier pockets of rain, not out of the realm of possibility, getting closer to 8, 9 o'clock across the Mississippi River, going eastward as we go through the course of the morning and early afternoon. Places like Batesville, Oxford, up towards Ripley, Snow Lake Shores, Ashland, as well as Holly Springs catching more rain, as well as Selmer and Bolivar over towards Toon, and also for Adamsville. We'll catch some more scattered showers and storms making their way and presence known for the afternoon and evening commute. Not in every location. Notice, there will be some spots that stay almost completely dry today, while other locations will have a couple of waves of showers and storms. So again, don't bank on that you will see showers and storms, but be prepared that you could see showers and storms. This is just through 7 o'clock. I think that we will have another round of scattered downpours moving from north to south this evening that could linger through about midnight tonight before we clear things out heading into the start of your Wednesday. Wednesday will start off with fog, giving way to some sunshine, temperatures in the 60s close to 70, and another wave of rain on the way as we head towards the latter portion of your Thursday into Friday, as several heavier pockets of rain likely to move across central and south Mississippi, northern Louisiana, and it could be some stronger storms in those locations. For us, I think it's just going to be rain and maybe some rumbles of thunder moving across the Mid-South as we go through your late Thursday, Friday into early Saturday. This is Saturday morning at 7 a.m. Rain showers moving to the north of us should start to dry out through the morning hours. Clouds may hang on tough throughout the course of the day, but eventually clearing out as we head through Saturday evening, Saturday night into your Sunday. Sunday looks to be a brighter day, but also a cooler day as well. How much rainfall can we see between now and Sunday? And again, you're going to notice a split in the higher rain opportunities. 1 to 3 inches of rainfall across northern Arkansas through southern Missouri up towards southern Illinois, western portions of Kentucky, and then to the south of us, another additional 2 to maybe upwards of 4 inches of rainfall across central Alabama, central Mississippi, and we here in the Mid-South, only about a ½ inch to an inch of rainfall between now and then. And the reason why is because, again, just the way that these systems are going to be moving across our area. One batch moving to the south of us here today and tomorrow, as well as the latter half of the week. And then the second batch kind of lifting to the north of us. You shift this down south about 50 miles and we end up in that 1 to 2 inch range. So we'll be watching you closely. We'll keep you updated on that. Be the first to alert you to any changes. One of the changes that will happen behind that system, of course, the warm air that we've got right now hangs around, but it will start to fade away as we head towards the upcoming weekend. Highs in the 50s Saturday, Sunday, back to the 60s by Monday. Warming up yet again heading into next week. So if you're a fan of the milder temperatures, they will be back soon enough. But of course, we're still dealing with it right now here on the Super Tuesday. Again, when you hear Super Tuesday, you see storms, you're probably thinking 2008, and not the case here. This is talking about the opportunities for some scattered downpours across the area. And I want you to understand this will have no rhyme or reason to them where they will be popping up, moving around. So when people will ask the question, which way are these storms moving? I'm just going to nod my head and say, yes, they are moving. Because this morning they could be west to east. Later to this afternoon to this evening, they could be moving from north to south across the area. But again, still some sun peaks from time to time with a lot of clouds, with the opportunities for showers and storms. Drier tomorrow, but watch out for some zones of fog tomorrow morning, giving way to some sunshine breaks by the afternoon. More scattered showers on the way by Thursday night and Friday. Looks to be a wet go of things throughout much of the day on Friday. Then Saturday, lingering showers through the morning hours, turning drier. Don't forget, we turn our clocks forward 1 hour Saturday night into Sunday. And actually tomorrow, I think, is the first 6 p.m. sunset here in Memphis. And of course, that will then get pushed forward an extra hour, 7 p.m. sunset by Sunday. Monday looks to be dry, bright with temperatures in the 60s. And I think better opportunities for sunshine and mild temperatures expected for next week's primary in Mississippi. But of course, if you're voting today, keep an umbrella nearby because you may have to deploy it if you're standing out at the polls.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, on March 5th, there is going to be tons of fun going down at the Orpheum in downtown Memphis. We are talking about the Disney Princess, the concert. It's coming to Memphis. It's going to be downtown. It's going to be at the Orpheum. And I can just hear the screams right now. Joining me now is Susan Egan. She's part of the cast there, and she knows exactly what I'm talking about with all the screams. Susan, how are you? Good morning.
I'm great, Andrew. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. So tell me about this event. How, first off, is the tour? How's it going so far? And have you ever been to Memphis?
Okay, so yes, I live in Nashville. I'm a Tennessee girl. So yes, and in fact, we toured the country. We played over 100 U.S. cities 2 years ago, and we are launching our 2024 tour on March 5th in Memphis. So you guys are the first to see it.
Fantastic. Awesome. That is terrific. So, so tell us about the show. What can the audience members expect?
Disney Princess the Concert is just what you said. It is a lot of fun in the audience, between the cast and the audience members. It is a celebration of these characters that have informed our lives and our pop culture since Snow White in 1937, all the way through Moana and these modern Disney heroines, and the music that has truly become the soundtrack to our lives. In addition to those characters, we also celebrate some Disney villains, our Disney heroes like Aladdin and Hercules and Kristoff from the Frozen franchise. So it's a lot of great music, and it stars 5 Broadway stars. Many of us have played these roles on Broadway. Myself, I was the original Belle in Beauty and the Beast. I was also the voice of Meg in Disney's Hercules, the animated feature. We've got Brad Gibson, who has a double credit as well. He was Simba in The Lion King on Broadway, and also is Hercules in the new stage adaptation that Disney Theatricals is doing. We have Cindy Winters, who was Nala in The Lion King, and we have Hiba El Sheikh, who was Jasmine in Aladdin. It's tons and tons of fun, and we sing all the songs, but the audience also sings along with us.
Oh, I bet they do. I bet every little girl that has dreamed of being a Disney princess is singing
What's
right
so
along.
funny
That's
about that,
fantastic.
you're not wrong, Andrew, but I gotta tell you, do you know who's singing louder? Their moms. Because this concert has become the sort of like Eras tour of princesses for all of those millennials who are reliving their VHS tape glory days.
That is awesome. I love it. I love it. Okay, so March 5th at the Orpheum. What else can we tell our viewers right now that are perhaps going to go or thinking about going?
Yeah, so in addition to the music on stage, we also have a 45-foot giant LED screen behind us that is full of the animation clips from all of these animated features. So you're seeing the characters live. It really brings back, it's that touchstone to your childhoods. And it's so interesting because everybody sort of identifies with a different character. You know, the grandparents in their generation are loving, you know, some of our OGs like Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, Snow White. And then we've got our, like I say, those 90s queens, the millennials who are loving Ariel and Jasmine and Belle. And then all of our new princesses with Rapunzel and Moana and Tiana. And so it's a lot of eye candy on stage. In addition to the animation, we've got special effects, and maybe something even special happens during Let It Go at the very end of the show. Maybe there's some weather that happens inside the theater.
All right. Well, that's what we call a tease, Susan. Yes. So tell us, what cast member do you play? Are you allowed to tell us?
Yes, so I was Broadway's original Belle. We sing, the 5 of us, we sing the music from all the Disney princesses, the characters that we, you know, were lucky enough to play in our lives. So I get to sing Belle's music, of course, and Meg's music from the animated feature because I was that voice. But I also get to sing a lot of other things. Rapunzel, I get to sing some villain songs. We all kind of take turns. But what's so exciting about the cast that we are able to bring to Memphis is that these are stars direct from Broadway. So in addition to singing this music, we get to pull the curtain back a little bit so that you guys can see what it was like behind the stage to play some of these characters. We tell stories where maybe the Beast accidentally pulled Belle's wig off during a show, or maybe there was a show when that magic carpet didn't exactly fly. Like, what happened? Live theater is so exciting, and this show gives us an opportunity to share those behind the scenes stories, both the funny ones and the really heartfelt ones.
It sounds amazing. You've sold me, certainly, and I don't have any little kids at home anymore. So
well, it's a
what
big
else?
date night too. You know, we've had a lot of couples propose to each other at our show.
What?
I don't know how it turned into that, but it's become a very romantic evening too. I'm just saying.
Excellent, excellent. Anything else we can touch on before we let you go, Susan? This sounds terrific. Again, March 5th at the Orpheum.
Yeah, come and enjoy. This is really, whether you are a seasoned concert goer, you're going to love, you know, the orchestrations that we have, the sound that we have. It is the highest quality. Disney only does things at that level. but it's also that great introduction if this is your first concert. We joke and sort of say, like, you know, in a couple years they'll buy tickets to Taylor Swift, but we'll be their first intro into what it's like to be at a live concert. We also encourage you to dress up as your favorite character. I spend a lot of time at different Comic-Cons because of the work that I do for Disney Animation, and we want this show to be another opportunity for you to dress up as that character. And whether you're the little girl or the millennial or the college-age theater girl who wants to dress up as Rapunzel or Tiana, I will say we've also had dads fully dressed up as Elsa with a sign around his neck that says, "Let it bro." So, you know, the invitation is open to everybody.
You are giving me ideas. Shh, Susan, thank you. Well, listen, if every cast member is like you, then this show is going to be high energy, high level action for what, 2 hours or so, right?
It is. It's an hour and 45 minutes. It's the perfect length. It's great for kids, great for adults. And like I say, it is such a celebration. We have now played, since we toured the US, we've played 18 countries on 5 continents. And I think the thing that is the most informative to me as being on the stage in all of those countries is how similar the reactions are, whether we are in the Middle East or Asia or Australia. All those kids are singing Let It Go with the English lyrics. They are just so fully into it. And it's really a testament to the idea that Disney really brings people together and shows off our similarities. It's such a beautiful message today. And like I say, you know, if you're that grandparent, you're going to score a lot of points. If you're that dad, you're going to score a lot of points, whether it's with your wife, who's the millennial, or your kids. Come out. It's a lot of fun. There are tickets at every level, and the Orpheum's such a beautiful space. So come join us. And we're launching the tour with you. I couldn't think of a better city to do it in.
You have sold it, Susan. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Good luck on the tour. Fantastic news. You're kicking it off here in Memphis. We appreciate your time this morning. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Andrew. Have a good one.
Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. According to some brand new data released by SEMrush, over the last 2 years, there has been a huge surge in Americans wanting to turn their passion projects into paychecks. You know, their side hustles into full-time money. And the data reveals that since January 2020, a 421% increase in searches for side hustles to make money. Now, we're about to talk to someone about this very issue, about how she turned her side hustle into a full-time job making 6 figures. Joining me now is Megan Overholt. And Megan, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. It's Morgan, by the way, Morgan Overholt.
Morgan, I'm so sorry. I appreciate you joining
No problem.
us. So tell me about your story a little bit, because so many people, as you're right, so many people have decided, you know, hey, what can I do as a side hustle to make full-time income?
Yeah, well, I was actually kind of the lucky one of the lucky ones, to be honest with you. I am no stranger to reinventing myself. Back in 2017, I actually quit my full-time job in the normal corporate world back before it was popular. Essentially rage quit, had all the fun I could stand, got to do something else. But back then, all I really knew to turn to was freelance. And that was a lot better than what I was doing. Do not get me wrong, but the problem is that freelance is still inherently flawed, because it still requires that your butt is in that seat every single day, and that you're like on the clock and you have deadlines to meet, you've got clients you need to reply to all the time. And it wasn't quite giving me that freedom that I really craved. I had toyed before with the idea of launching something that could produce real live passive income in addition to my freelance before, but I never really took the leap until the pandemic hit. The pandemic, as a lot of y'all know, was inspiring for reinvention. So while I wasn't a stranger to it, I still was very new to the world, had no idea what I was doing, learned from the best, and here we are today. In fact, last year, our second full year in business, we surpassed 6 million page views on thesmokies.com, which is our travel blog website, and we produced over $200,000 worth of revenue. So it's pretty incredible.
That is incredible, and congratulations to you for doing all of that. I have to admit, I did those searches too, and I heard that blogging is one of those great opportunities out there for people to get started and really kind of turn it into a money-making career. How did you do it? If you had to look at some of the key factors of turning that blog into a six-figure income, how did you do it?
Well, honestly, again, I'm no stranger to figuring out how to reinvent myself and how to launch a successful company. And one of the key things, and I think this applies to every single industry and anything that you want to do in life really, is that you identify the person who's doing the thing that you really want to do, who's doing it successfully, I should add, and you learn what they're doing. And so what we did is we started joining all of these blogging communities online and really looking at people who were already making six-figure, even seven-figure incomes. And we asked, hey, what are you guys doing? And two words kept coming up for us. It was SEO and SEMrush. And at the time I was familiar with what SEO was. I thought it was just kind of like sprinkling in little keywords on your website and hoping for the best, hoping you'll rank on Google. But SEMrush was kind of the missing component, because I found out, news to me, that there are real tools you can use online that actually tell you exactly what people are looking for. It tells you what kinds of questions that people are typing into Google on a daily basis. And so our real key to success was figuring out exactly what those questions were and then answering those questions effectively. And the second that we started doing that, our traffic skyrocketed. It was incredible. I think on like month one, we went from having maybe a couple hundred hits to just a few months later, I think June of 2020, that same year, like I said, the pandemic year, I think we're about like 300,000, 400,000 hits. It was crazy. And it kept growing from there. So a pretty big deal. Pay attention to what other people are doing and do that thing.
That does sound amazing, and that's great stuff. When it comes to turning it, when you saw, okay, so you did the SEO, looking for what search items people are looking for. Did you have to write a lot? Because I've always heard that okay, if I'm going to start a blog, I just have to put tons of writing in. I mean, how many hours did you spend in the front end of this project?
Well, here's the really cool thing. So luckily, again, we were some of the lucky ones in the pandemic. We really only had about like a week or two that was kind of slow, which is really when I launched the website in partnership with my sister, Elena, and my husband, James. But after that, our freelance business really picked up, and we looked at each other and we're like, hey, look, we got to find time to also work on this website without losing our, at the time, primary income, which was the freelance income. And so we kind of just dedicated one day a week to knocking out as many articles as we possibly could. And we did it that way for an entire year, essentially. Almost an entire year, I didn't have a 2-day weekend. I mean, look, y'all, anything worth having in life is going to take a little bit of hard work. That's what I tell people all day long. Nothing in this life worth having is going to be that easily achievable. So I would say, as far as quantifiable hours were concerned, I would say we were each putting in about 8 to 10 hours a week to really get it going. And now, as it's been growing, we've been able to really integrate it into our normal work weeks. In fact, it's sort of even taken over a lot of the freelance that we were doing before. The script is kind of flipped now. Before we were doing like 25% blogging. Now it's more like 75% blogging and 25% freelance, which is pretty cool. But the great thing about what we've done is that it did exactly what I set out to do, right? Now, when I take a day off, I'm still making money. Now, when I go on a week vacation, I still get notifications every day that I'm making money. So that passive income, or more accurately, perhaps I should refer to it as semi-passive, because it still requires a lot of work to get it up and going. It's not a set it and forget it type thing, but it's still making me money even if I step away. And that's really the freedom that I've craved from day one, right? That's the ultimate freedom. What more can you possibly ask for?
So you said 8 to 10 hours a week is generally how much you spent on the blog. When did you start seeing significant income jumps? I mean, did it start at, you know, I don't know, 100, 200, 1,000, 2,000, and then just 1 month or two just jumped from there?
Yeah, like I said before, it was really identifying that correct tool to use. Like, there's a lot of misconceptions out there about what SEO is. Everybody will love to tell you they can get you on the first page of Google. It's just like some kind of magic thing. I thought I knew what SEO was as a freelance graphic designer because my clients asked for it all the time. I thought it was just sprinkling in keywords, but the key was using those 8 to 10 hours that I was talking about earlier effectively, right? Because at one point when we first launched, we were just kind of taking a guess. Like, I always thought the way that you were supposed to do it, or was the way that you were supposed to do it. But after we really started finding the correct tools, and for us, it was SEMrush, and that's kind of one of the industry leading platforms out there if you guys want to look into it. But one of the things that we did was we actually started doing the research, and that showed us specifically what we should be writing. And that's when we really started to see things kind of skyrocket from there, right? So instead of just using those 8 to 10 hours every week that we had to take guesses at what people may or may not like, what Google may or may not like, we were able to really hone in and make sure that this is what people were looking for, make sure this is what people would like, because it turns out the data was really there all along. So for us, it was learning to use that time efficiently and intelligently and making database decisions versus just what we wanted to write about. And that's really when we started to see the results skyrocket. And I would say within a couple of months of adopting that strategy, that's when we really saw things start to take off.
When you first did the blog, Morgan, was it something where you were getting income one way, and then now are you getting income another way? Give me some detail on how it works.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was the other funny thing. When we first launched, we had absolutely no idea how blogs made money. To tell you the truth, probably like most Americans, I thought blogs were something that we had back in the GeoCities days in the 90s or the early 2000s. I had no idea that they were still a thing that was capable of producing income. It was actually my husband, who was one of my partners on the blog, who discovered an ad network called AdThrive and Mediavine, or two different ad networks called AdThrive and Mediavine. It took a few weeks to get accepted into those programs. Today we started out with Mediavine, switched to AdThrive, but there's a variety out there. Those are just two of the top dogs essentially. But once we got there, we were able to really tap into this programmatic ad network, which produced this incredible revenue every single day. So when you go to our website, if you type in thesmokies.com, you're going to see that there's a ton of ads that pop up. And that's kind of what that programmatic ad network is providing us. That's where most of our income has come from. But there's also this wide world of affiliate sales, right? So for instance, we are a travel blog. There's a lot of attractions in the area near the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, like Dollywood and Anakista, and a variety of museums like the Titanic Museum out there that have these programs that you can enter called affiliate programs, where you help them sell a ticket online by like writing a great review about them or saying, hey, look, I highly recommend doing X, Y, and Z in the Smokies. And if people click the link when you suggest to buy a ticket, you get a little tiny kickback. And so we did ads first, we did affiliate marketing second, and going forward, we're actually going to be doubling down on the affiliates, and we hope to release some digital downloads later this year. But there's a variety of different ways that bloggers make money. Those are just kind of a handful of the ones that worked for us very early on. And of course, there's so many more that I feel like we can tap into in the future. So I'm excited to see where this whole thing goes. I think we're just getting started.
That sounds great. I mean, congratulations once again. You're doing such a great job, Morgan. And I think this is helping a lot of people just kind of understand how it works. A couple more questions here. So how much do you make now? If you don't mind me asking, how much does the blog make now on a monthly basis? And then how much did it, initially start? Because you didn't start right away making six figures. It was a gradual increase. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is, I remember we made our first $6 within about a a month of launching the actual blog site. And we were jumping up and down in the living room like it was the most important $6 we had ever made in our life. A couple months later, the first month, and that was an affiliate sale. A couple months later, the first month after we launched on an ad network, I believe our first month's earnings were something like $400 or $500, if memory serves correctly. Fast forward to today, I believe our largest month to date, and of course it varies as we are a seasonal travel blog. The Smokies are a little bit less trafficked in like January and February. We peak in the summer and into the winter, but our highest month so far has been around $35,000, $36,000 in that month. So yeah, that kind of shows you what's possible. And we suspect we're going to be hitting closer to $50,000, maybe even $60,000 by this December. So yeah, like I said, we're just getting started. To go from zero hits in the first month, essentially, to, I believe in our first full year, we passed almost hit 2 million. And then in our second full year to pass 6 million. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of hoping that we'll start to see that 10 million digit roll in as far as page views are concerned, hopefully in 2022. We'll see. We'll at least get close.
And it's just focusing on the East Tennessee Smokies area, or are you venturing out from that?
Yes, sir. For the most part, of course, the Smokies, the Smokies and the Blue Ridge Mountains were all kind of intertwined, as you know, in East Tennessee and Western North Carolina. So we sort of cover those areas a little bit. Every once in a while, we talk about Tennessee as a state, but our primary market, we've also done a few stories on Memphis, but our primary market is the Great Smoky Mountains National Park and the surrounding areas, the attractions, etc. That was also a model that we had never really seen anybody else do before. So that was a bit of a gamble, to be perfectly honest with you. We didn't really know that a regional travel blog would work. All you ever hear about are, travel bloggers that go all over the world and explore. But to us, we kind of learned that regional travel was even better, even, I dare say, easier. I don't want to use that word. It's been a lot of hard work, but I dare say easier because we get to target this one area that we know and we love. I grew up in East Tennessee. My husband grew up in East Tennessee. My little sister obviously grew up in East Tennessee. So this is an area that we're intimately familiar with. This is an area that we spent our childhood in. I mean, y'all, if you could have told me when I was like 6 that one day I would make money going to Dollywood, I'd have been like, what? It's like, that's not even my dream, and I've essentially turned that dream into a reality. So it's pretty cool.
That is cool. All right. So are there other blogs that you look at and really kind of like or maybe take some ideas from? I mean, are there other ones that you kind of emulate maybe and kind of say, they really taught me a lot of things?
That's one of the tools I was talking about earlier when I talk about SEO. The tool that I mentioned earlier, SEMrush, will actually show you competitive data. And we certainly integrate that competitive data and fill in gaps that our competitors are not addressing, fill in questions that our competitors are not answering. In fact, our main competitors now are actually some of the city and locally run websites. And I believe it was last month, we even started surpassing some of those city run websites who have entire staffs. I think over 40, 50 people, I believe, for the top website working on those. So to bring in more traffic than even them, it's pretty impressive. But to be honest with you, if I were to give you a second giant piece of advice, which is applicable to both blogging and life, is to worry less about what your competitors are doing and worry more about what they're not doing, right? We never seek to copy anybody. I've never been a copycat of anybody. I want to know what people are, I want to know how they're finding success. I want to know the strategies and the tools that they're using and explore those on my own. But I think it's really important to be the red tree in the forest, to be the standout, to do something unusual. Because if you're just a copycat, all you're going to be is a cheap clone at the end of the day.
Very nice, very nice. There are a lot of people taking notes in this newsroom, just hearing you talk right now. And I'm sure when people watch this in a taped interview later on our website, they're going to be wanting to share this as well. When someone is looking at starting a blog, I don't know, can you give like maybe the top 3 things that they need to do right off the bat when they want to start and say, I want to do just what Morgan is doing? A lot of people like to say, write what you know. Is that one of those things? Did you always like to travel?
Oh yeah, I've always loved to travel, but to me, it's a little bit, there's two different components to it. A lot of people say follow your passion, and I say that's great. Follow your passion, but make sure you can make money with that passion, right? We've got a lot of passion. There are several hobbies I have that I'm not very good at, right? I don't think I should probably start a blog on those. There's a lot. I love watching Netflix for a living. There's probably a way to make money doing that, but the thing is that we found a part of our passion. We found one of our passion projects that we knew there was a big audience for. And so that's the piece of advice I would give you there as far as following your passion. Follow your passion, but make sure it makes money. As far as the three pieces of advice I would give to brand new bloggers would be as follows. Don't get lost in the details. Launch a simple website. It doesn't have to be the prettiest thing you've ever seen. Just make sure it's a simple theme. Make sure it's fast. That's what's more important because people want to make sure it's loading really quickly without any kind of delays. The second thing I would say is, yes, get comfortable with writing and get comfortable using those tools that I talked about, because that was the real difference maker for us. Before, we were just sort of, when we first launched, writing whatever we thought we should write about because we had no data to go on, formatting it however we wanted to format it because we didn't know any better. So research those tools that will really give you those guidelines to show you exactly how to write, will actually give you a score on your writing and predict with almost 90% certainty exactly where you're going to rank on Google, which is pretty awesome. And then 3, make sure you turn that traffic into dollars. That's of course what you got to do at the end of the day. So research those ad networks that I mentioned earlier, research those affiliate programs, can think about what kind of digital downloads that you can sell. Those are 3 of the most popular ways. Courses, if you're doing something more on the business side, those are also very popular right now, online courses. So yeah, those are probably the 3 things that I would recommend. Don't get lost in the details, build a simple website, learn how to write articles that Google will love and that your readers will love, and then figure out how to make the money, honey.
Sorry, Morgan. Listen, I really appreciate everything you've said. It's a great conversation. I found it very interesting. Congratulations on your success. And I really think a lot of your tips have really helped other would-be bloggers out there. So appreciate the conversation very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me, Andrew. I appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A chance for scattered showers and storms expected across the Mid-South as we roll through this Super Tuesday. Of course, voting from 7:30 to 7:30 in Arkansas and 7 to 7 in Tennessee. Mississippi, your primary elections, March the 12th. Polls open 7 to 7 on next Tuesday. As far as today is concerned, though, if you are heading to the polls, heading to work, heading to school, scattered showers and storms, not an all-day situation. And even some sunshine breaks from time to time will mix in across the area. But we'll get an uptick in scattered showers and storms over the course of the next couple of hours. As we go through this afternoon, keeping that chance in play, it's not going to be all day long, nor in every single location. But where we do get some showers and storms, heavy downpours, frequent lightning, gusty winds. Can't rule out maybe even a few hailstones as well. The SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, actually does have parts of the area underneath a marginal risk, again, for that wind and hail threat as we head towards the afternoon hours. Short-term first alert futurecast showing the showers and storms continue to work their way eastward. Again, some heavier pockets of rain, not out of the realm of possibility, getting closer to 8, 9 o'clock across the Mississippi River, going eastward as we go through the course of the morning and early afternoon. Places like Batesville, Oxford, up towards Ripley, Snow Lake Shores, Ashland, as well as Holly Springs catching more rain, as well as Selmer and Bolivar over towards Toon, and also for Adamsville. We'll catch some more scattered showers and storms making their way and presence known for the afternoon and evening commute. Not in every location. Notice There will be some spots that stay almost completely dry today, while other locations will have a couple of waves of showers and storms. So again, don't bank on that you will see showers and storms, but be prepared that you could see showers and storms. This is just through 7 o'clock. I think that we will have another round of scattered downpours moving from north to south this evening that could linger through about midnight tonight before we clear things out heading into the start of your Wednesday. Wednesday will start off with fog, giving way to some sunshine, temperatures in the 60s, close to 70, and another wave of rain on the way as we head towards the latter portion of your Thursday into Friday, as several heavier pockets of rain likely to move across central and south Mississippi, northern Louisiana. It could be some stronger storms in those locations. For us, I think it's just going to be rain and maybe some rumbles of thunder moving across the Mid-South as we go through your late Thursday, Friday into early Saturday. This is Saturday morning at 7 a.m. Rain showers moving to the north of us should start to dry out through the morning hours. Clouds may hang on tough throughout the course of the day, but eventually clearing out as we head through Saturday evening, Saturday night into your Sunday. Sunday looks to be a brighter day, but also a cooler day as well. How much rainfall can we see between now and Sunday? And again, you're going to notice a split in the higher rain opportunities. 1 to 3 inches of rainfall across northern Arkansas through southern Missouri up towards southern Illinois, western portions of Kentucky, and then to the south of us, another additional 2 to maybe upwards of 4 inches of rainfall across central Alabama, central Mississippi, and we here in the Mid-South, only about a ½ inch to an inch of rainfall between now and then. And the reason why is because, again, just the way that these systems are going to be moving across our area. One batch moving to the south of us here today and tomorrow, as well as the latter half of the week. And then the second batch kind of lifting to the north of us. You shift this down south about 50 miles and we end up in that 1 to 2 inch range. So we'll be watching you closely. We'll keep you updated on that. Be the first to alert you to any changes. One of the changes that will happen behind that system, of course, the warm air that we've got right now hangs around, but it will start to fade away as we head towards the upcoming weekend. Highs of the 50s Saturday, Sunday, back to the 60s by Monday. Warming up yet again heading into next week. So if you're a fan of the milder temperatures, they will be back soon enough. But of course, we're still dealing with it right now here on the Super Tuesday. Again, when you hear Super Tuesday, you see storms, you're probably thinking 2008. And not the case here. This is talking about the opportunities for some scattered downpours across the area. And I want you to understand this will have no rhyme or reason to them where they will be popping up, moving around. So when people will ask the question, which way are these storms moving? I'm just going to nod my head and say, yes, they are moving. Because this morning they could be west to east. Later to this afternoon to this evening, they could be moving from north to south across the area. But again, still some sun peaks from time to time with a lot of clouds, with the opportunities for showers and storms. Drier tomorrow, but watch out for some zones of fog tomorrow morning, giving way to some sunshine breaks by the afternoon. More scattered showers on the way by Thursday night and Friday. Looks to be a wet go of things throughout much of the day on Friday. Then Saturday, lingering showers through the morning hours, turning drier. Don't forget, we turn our clocks forward 1 hour Saturday night into Sunday. And actually tomorrow, I think, is the first 6 p.m. sunset here in Memphis. And of course, that will then get pushed forward an extra hour, 7 p.m. sunset by Sunday. Monday looks to be dry, bright with temperatures in the 60s. And I think better opportunities for sunshine and mild temperatures expected for next week's primary in Mississippi. But of course, if you're voting today, keep an umbrella nearby because you may have to deploy it if you're standing out at the polls.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We always here at the Digital Desk look for ways to improve our life physically, mentally, emotionally. Well, there are always ways that we can do things maybe a little bit better, a little bit different based upon some new research out there, some new techniques. And apparently there are some breathing techniques out there that can improve our mental health. And joining me now to talk more about this is Allison White Stewart. She is the supervisor of Living Well Network with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. Allison, good to have you on the Digital Desk. How are you this morning? I cannot hear you, Allison.
It's great to be here. I'm great. How are you?
Good. Now I can hear you. I'm much better now. So tell me about these breathing techniques, Allison, that can improve our mental health.
So there's a few breathing techniques that we can discuss today, but you know, the good thing about breathing is that research shows us that it can lower blood pressure, it can calm our minds, it can even change our immune system. And so it's also helpful to regulate our mood, which helps us stay calmer and more effective, right? So one that I really like to do is diaphragmatic breathing. So the diaphragm, of course, is right here. And diaphragmatic breathing is what we call belly breathing, essentially. And one of my favorites is by a man, he's a psychiatrist named Dr. Rahman. And he says if you exhale twice as long as you inhale, that brings you to a calmer state. So if you breathe in for 4 seconds, hold for 1 second, and breathe out for 8 seconds, and hold again for 1 second, and then repeat that a couple of times, that's going to calm your mind down. So that's one that I really like to do. Another one is just called simple breathing, where you would breathe through your nose, not your chest. So breathe through your nose and then exhale for 4 seconds by making a little sound with your mouth, like a little whooshing sound. So you would breathe in for 4 seconds through your nose and breathe out for 4 seconds. So those are two really good ones. If you Google breathing exercises, there's tons of them on the internet. There's also YouTube videos that will go more in depth into the breathing exercises. But breathing has been shown to really make a difference in your overall health.
Can you tell us some of the reasons why something as simple as just monitor your breathing or trying different breathing techniques, like from your chest versus your nose and mouth, how these kind of techniques can improve mental health? I mean, I know that, for example, many people out there, if they're about to speak in front of a room, they might take a deep breath to kind of calm their nerves. Is it something like that?
Absolutely. So our mind and our body are connected, right? So if we, just like you said, if we're going and speaking, like today, I was a little nervous talking to you today. So I took a minute and I did some diaphragmatic breathing, and I breathed in for 4 seconds and breathed out for 8 seconds. Again, it gets my body less tense and it brings my mind to a calmer state.
Gotcha. If someone is watching right now, there's thousands of people that watch, and maybe they're at work or in the office, and they want to improve their mental health. Can you do it at work, and what would you recommend at work?
The good thing about breathing exercises, you can do them anywhere. You can do them while you're driving. You can do them while you're sitting at your desk. You can do them when you're laying down trying to go to sleep at night. And so again, it can just take 5 minutes a day. Even 5 minutes a day of breathing, intentional breathing, has been shown to affect our health in a good way. So again, you can do it anywhere. And again, simple breathing might be just breathing through your nose for 4 seconds and breathing out through your mouth for 4 seconds. So those are very simple breathing exercises you can do anytime, anywhere.
I appreciate that, Allison. Is there a place we can go online with Methodist to maybe perhaps learn a little bit more about various breathing techniques?
Sure. So the Living Well Network has a website. It's www.thelivingwellnetwork.org. We have lots of information about a variety of things for your mental health. So it's a really good resource to have. And just go on there and see what we got for you.
All right, Allison White Stewart, Living Well Network, Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare, breathing us into a better mental health state. Thanks so very much. Appreciate it. All right, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have Ariana Poindexter taking you through the next hour at the top of the hour with Action News 5 midday, and then join us again tomorrow morning, bright and early, 7 o'clock for another edition of the Digital Desk. We go from 7 until 11 each and every weekday morning. It is our streaming site on actionnews5.com, our free news app, and all of our digital platforms, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, YouTube, and Roku. And you can watch us on TV, channel 5.5 or channel 907 on Xfinity.